green flag flies, and we're racing in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Side by side. Down the inside, 3 wide into 4. Huge mess. Look at them. 5 cars on top of each other under a blanket. You can't see these 2 cars race against each other anywhere else.
GRIDLIFE Touring Cup action at its best, folks. How do you like this?
The history of motorsport is defined by its legendary venues as much as it is by its iconic moments. In North America, the most famous circuits were built in the mid-1950s, starting a sports car culture that would grow stronger in the 1980s with an influx of Japanese and European models. In many ways, it was racing's golden era. Front and center for these classic racing battles was a small bullring road course called Lime Rock Park. Over half a century from Lime Rock's construction and decades after this golden age of racing, GRIDLIFE has stoked a renewed flame in global car culture. This is an event that celebrates the golden era of tuner cars and puts the modern era of grassroots racing on display. Welcome to Lime Rock Park, welcome to GRIDLIFE, and welcome to Circuit Legends on an absolutely beautiful Friday afternoon. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Pete Lindbergh, stepping in for me this weekend here for GLTC and Model 3 Challenge competition. Pete, welcome aboard. This is an awesome event, our second year here at GRIDLIFE with Lime Rock Park, and we have so much this weekend to watch.
Thank you, Kyle. Yeah, this is an absolutely fantastic opportunity to be back here at Lime Rock for the second year in a row. Circuit Legends last year was, without a doubt, the event with the absolute craziest vibes, which, with what we have at Midwest Festival every year, is such a hard thing to top. And we brought it last year, and it's back here again. We're already feeling the energy today, and I'm super excited for what this weekend has ahead of us.
We are so excited to be back here at Lime Rock Park, but before we get into that too far and too deep, this weekend's coverage of Circuit Legends is brought to you by Hyundai N. Hyundai N. Never just drive. And Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE TrackBattle. This racetrack, the staff is special, and they put so much effort and energy into making this event successful. So before we get into any of the weekend, we want to give a huge thank you to the staff on site here this weekend, the corner workers, the GRIDLIFE staff that has worked hard all week to set up this event, and the drivers and the spectators for being here. Look at this facility. When we talk about classic road racing circuits, this one is top of the list.
Absolutely. When you're in the Northeast, there is nothing but Lime Rock. This is it.
This is it. Qualifying for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is underway, and this weekend there's a lot of storylines surrounding GLTC. This is our wheel-to-wheel racing series. Power to weight is the kind of the genesis of the rule set. Balanced with, if you add a wing, you balance it with extra weight as well. But we have 4 races over the course of the weekend. We have to set the grid for the first race with this session. This will run for another 25 minutes or so because we have so many cars here this weekend. We needed to make sure we could get everybody a clean lap here before the end of the session, so that's why it's a really long session. Storylines coming into this. This is the penultimate round of GRIDLIFE Touring Cup this year. The only other event that remains after this is WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in October. So this is the second to last event, and we're missing a lot of the front runners from the previous couple of events. Jeremy Swenson is not here. That's a big highlight. He's the points leader. However, the drivers that are chasing him in the points, James Houghton, Luke McGrew, Matt Waldbaum, they are all here this weekend. So that's opportunity for them to gain points and maybe win the weekend and work towards a championship to take down Jeremy Swenson. Here's the challenge, though. At the top of the standings, you'll notice the driver that hasn't raced with us since Circuit of the Americas back in March. That's Tom O'Gorman, last year's champion, making his return in his Trainer 3 race car that he won the championship with, and he is going to stand in the way of James Houghton or somebody else taking the weekend title for a points effort this weekend.
Absolutely. It's great to see Tom back, but it is absolutely going to add an extra factor to this weekend where Tom is here and he hasn't been here for the rest of for the entirety of the season leading into this. Even with his appearance at COTA, that was a non-points weekend for him because he split the car with Andy Smedegard. So,
right, so all those things considered, we should also note that Matt Waldbaum, 4th in the standings, runs 2nd right now here in qualifying. Paul Darling runs in 3rd, his 2nd event with a new car that he purchased from West Case. Really strong effort so far. Matan Rosenberg, Ronnie Vidoc is here again, marking his 1-year celebration of coming to GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Car looked very different last year. He's got his buddy Lee Wombolt with him here this weekend in a similar DC2 Integra. So new names, new faces. Scott Heckert is back. We've seen him in NASCAR before in the K&N Pro Series, and I believe he's also run some Cup Series stuff in the past. He's here in a yellow number 72 Corvette. Jake Price is having a good run here so far in the top 10, but lots of names and faces we're familiar with and lots of new names and faces as well. So with this qualifying session underway, this sets the grid for our race at the end of the day. And one final talking point before we get into coverage of qualifying is a new format for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup this weekend, Pete. We had too many cars register for this event. Everybody wanted a piece of Lime Rock Park, and what that means is if we have more than 40 cars make a qualifying effort, we will have to split the field at the end of the day and run a B race followed by an A race. So we're gonna have to split the field in half. Only the A race group gets points and the podium of the B race. But then tomorrow, if we see some attrition, we'll go back to our just normal race 2, 3, and 4. But race 1 will have race 1B and race 1A. So a whole new dynamic to everything.
Absolutely, and it's super awesome that we were able to do that so we could bring more GLTC drivers this year than we did last year. We were at our absolute limit last year for single race setups, and so by being able to go to a split A and B setup this year, we were able to have more GLTC drivers. But as you said, we've had so much attrition through the past 3 weeks with Road America and Mid-Ohio that there's a lot of names that we thought were going to be here that are not.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of names that we thought included. So we mentioned Jeremy Swenson, but Eric Catil is another one that's high on the list. And when we talk about Circuit Legends as a concept, that car, a JTCC-inspired Honda Civic, it was its second event, debuting last year, but had a couple of engine failures at Mid-Ohio that took him out for the rest of the season. So we're thinking of Eric. We're hoping he'll be back with a vengeance in 2024, but we will not race and compete this weekend. So that opens up another vacancy in the top 5 for someone like Paul Darling or Ronnie Vidoc. Here's a look at the number 66, 166. This is Ben Thorne from Gears and Gasoline with the Advanced Auto Parts Honda Civic, making his way around this 1.5 mile 7-turn course.
And Ben has done an amazing job this year. They built a fantastic car. I was talking with him a little bit earlier this afternoon. And not only has he built a fantastic car, as we would all expect him to, but he has just come into GLTC, came in at Watkins Glen as a rookie, and has come out of that rookie program and is playing in the top half of the field and doing a very, very good job. So it's super awesome to see him just be so fast and so clean.
Yeah, he's done a really good job. Was top 20 all weekend long at Mid-Ohio. A little bit of a lockup there into turn 1. I think that's Patrick Huxley, another new competitor here with us this weekend, having a bit of a lockup into turn number 1. Again, this is a 7-turn road course, and we haven't really addressed this yet. There are a couple different track layouts you can run here at Lime Rock. We are running the fast uphill configuration, not the chicane. If you were here for IMSA a couple weeks ago, that they took that chicane on the uphill. We take the fast uphill, the quick jump, if you will. So this is the exciting layout here at Lime Rock. You really get to carry a lot of speed through there. There's so much elevation change. You're leaning on the car, you're leaning on the tire. It's such a great lap. There's a look at the newly named Paul Newman Straight. Up into the uphill, there's that right-hander with so much elevation so quickly. And then off to the right of the screen is West Bend. We've got a camera shot over there this weekend as well, which is awesome to see, before they head into the downhill, which is another iconic corner here at Lime Rock Park.
It is coming down under the bridge, down through that final corner. The feelings you get, heart in your chest, come over the hill, you're going to turn in, and you're going to hope it sticks, which today has been an interesting one because we started the day with an absolute monsoon of a downpour, so the track has been drying all morning.
Yeah, the track is dry now, but the grass in the runoff areas are not, so they are still very wet, and we have seen a couple drivers make their way off course in the early time attack sessions, dropped a tire and ended up going for a little bit of a skid through the grass, but all things that drivers have learned to manage, and here you do your best to stay on the black stuff here. But order hasn't changed much at the top of the board. It's still Tom O'Gorman on provisional pole, then Matt Waldbaum, Matan Rosenberg, Paul Darling, and Luke McGrew, your top 5. There's a good look at Tony Marchev in the number 17. Here's another driver that has really impressed us. His first event, I believe, was at Heartland Park, the finale last year. And he's come a long way and is running very well in the standings this season, all things considered. So we'll keep an eye on Tony and how he progresses throughout the weekend.
Absolutely.
Another S2000, K-Swap S2000, which are pretty popular choices here for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. So he works his way through West Bend and under the bridge that all the spectators walked over to be in here this weekend, and then down into turn number 7, the downhill, the final turn on the road course.
No, with what ASM has pioneered with the turnkey, not quite a turnkey, but as close as you can probably get a K-swap to turnkey for the S2000, it is becoming the go-to option with how expensive the F-Series, the original motors for the S2000s have become. And so with K-Series being a much more abundant thing, it's the logical choice here for GLTC.
Yeah, there's a couple of cars on pit lane. The 90 of Matt Waldbaum, the 94 of Tom O'Gorman, the 888 of Dai Wynn is that red car out front, and then it's Lena Chin in the 917. It's 3 of those cars from the ASM camp, and right behind is Matt Corrins out of Ridgeway, Ontario, joining us again for his second event on the season. Great to have those guys around, performing at a very high level, and hoping that they have a little bit better luck than they had here last year. And just waiting for clear racetrack. There's still tons of time left, and that's why, you know, usually in qualifying we're amped because there's only 15 minutes and everyone's got to get a lap in. But right now there's not a lot of pressure to get a lap in, and the drivers are taking their time, coming down pit lane, waiting for a gap, and then going again. But look at the lap times. The top 10 are all under a 59.6. That's really close compared to last year in terms of the qualifying times. And O'Gorman again in the low 58s. That's an incredibly quick lap time here for a car that makes only about 215 horsepower.
Yeah, our entire top 5 in the 58s, and it's so tight. Not super surprising to see Tom at the top of the board, though.
It's one of our new competitors, the 204 of Lee Wombolt, that's a Honda Challenge car, actually, and this is how Ronnie Vidoc got into GLTC. Was he brought his Honda Challenge car here last year and ran one event and put GLTC decals on it and came back as running a full season effort with us, hoping Lee has the same experience this weekend. Great looking Integra as he heads to the uphill now. I'd expect him to be performing at a very high level as well. Look at the climb, the elevation. You hit that jump and you come over the top and the car gets light. And while these GLTC cars might not actually get airborne, you certainly feel the car get light, and especially in the front wheel drive cars, you'll hear the revs climb as they come over that hill because the front tires almost come up off the ground, so the wheels will spin a little bit, and then you kind of come back down and land on all 4 tires to continue the last 2 turns.
Absolutely. It's with uphill and the downhill here, with especially at the speeds that we're carrying, by taking the fastest configuration, it is absolutely awesome.
And Lee works his way through turns 1 and 2 right now, and making his way around into the left-hander, which is turn number 3 here at Lime Rock Park. And now into the right-hander and leading onto the newly named Paul Newman straight. So the front straight is the Sam Posey straight. The back straight is what was called a no-name straight for many years, and last year they christened it with the Paul Newman name. Of course, both Sam Posey and Paul Newman, legendary names here at Lime Rock in their own right. Newman mostly as a driver, Posey mostly as an announcer and journalist. Big slide for Wombolt through West Bend. He's hustling that Integra right now, trying to get as much speed as he can out of it. But he was definitely hanging the tail out the rear there.
He did a nice 4-wheel drift on the last lap, and so everything is now just a little bit hotter, and so he is pushing.
Yeah, down into turn 1, you see the braking zone here. You're coming in a GLTC car, probably about 115, 120 miles an hour, and you lean on the brakes. And I love this braking zone because you're kind of braking in a straight line, but then you can see Joel Morrison there hustle towards the center of the track, and you can watch the car wiggle and wobble back and forth. Another car joining the racetrack now. This is Ben Lynn, also from Gears and Gasoline, with a new wrap on this car with Valvoline and Advanced Auto Parts on the side. And Ben debuted that car at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. There's a great look at it. And I was joking with him earlier. I think it needs a wing to balance it out. But this is a very interesting car. We talked about it at Mid-Ohio. But this car has a Toyota 4-cylinder engine in it, which doesn't sound all that weird because that's what it came with. However, the engine that's in it is actually out of a Toyota Camry hybrid. So it's a very unique engine swap that I think we'll see more of in future years. It's kind of Toyota's K, the engine that they put in it, the widely used 2.5-liter 4-cylinder engine, and Ben putting it to good work right now on course. There's a good look at Jake Price, followed by Ronnie Vidoc, who we mentioned earlier in the DC Sports Integra. Ronnie, 6th right now in qualifying. I think he might be able to eke a couple more tenths out of it and climb that pylon a little higher as Rosenberg has jumped up to 3rd place ahead of Paul Darling. Jose Santa Cruz down in 35th place, his first event in GridLife Touring Cup. He's a rookie here this weekend. And so Will Shukla's back in the 410, the Red S2000 back with us this week. Lee Wombolt, again, we mentioned, top 20 so far. Pat Huxley, a new driver with us, 28th place. So, again, this is a heck of a place to get your GLTC baptism, is at a track this tight.
Absolutely. I mean, they don't call it the bull ring for nothing. It's fast, and everything comes at you, and it's just repeat, repeat, repeat. So yeah, absolutely a baptism of fire for your rookie debut.
I've heard people describe Bristol Motor Speedway as fighter jets in a cereal bowl. If there is any road course on planet Earth that fits that description, it's this one. There's a look at the 860 of Nathan Manning. This is a really neat Toyota Corolla that we've seen in the past many times, and I think this is probably Nathan's last run with us this season. I'm not sure that he's committed to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but right now he's piloting his way around. And you see on the ticker, we've had, let's see how many we've got qualified so far. If we're above 40, we split the field. We're still at 37 with a handful of cars I think have yet to take the green flag. So we could still end up running a single race later, but it all comes down to how many drivers actually qualify to compete later this afternoon.
Absolutely. I'm trying to see if all of those ASM cars we saw in the pits, I believe they've all qualified.
Well, it's definitely O'Gorman and Waldbaum are on the top of the board for now. So we'd be waiting on the 888 of Dai Win. We'd be waiting on the 917 of Lena Chin.
She has qualified.
And the last car of that group would be the 150 of Alex Moss, who I also believe is on the board. So I think they've all gone. And I've also heard that Alex Moss will be trading that car off with Andy Smedegaard this weekend as well. I'm not sure how many races. I think they only planned on one for Andy, but should be a lot of fun. There's Eric Jensen in the black FRS, and then Joel Morrison in that green S2000 once again. And there's Matt Waldbaum, second right now on the board. Entering turn one, looks like a flying lap for the number 90. And think back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. He started up in the front couple of rows in race 3, went to go to the throttle cable snapped on this car. It did not go when the green flag came out. And we were so close to packing up 15, 20 cars in a pile up on the back straightaway at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. But Matt's quick thinking to dive off the track immediately saved the entire field from that stack up. He did an excellent job. And while I always want to highlight the great racing Matt does, that in particular was really well done. So Matt saved his car and many others at Mid-Ohio with that mechanical failure, and looks like he's working his way through West Bend now. I couldn't tell if he was off pace or just slowing up a little bit to get a run for this lap, but he's 3/10 behind Tom O'Gorman, Pete, and 3/10 is a pretty good chunk of time to have to find around here.
Absolutely. And his racecraft is absolutely amazing, but like you said, having that situational awareness to make that split-second decision that he did at the beginning of race 3 is absolutely phenomenal. I'm with you. I'm not sure. I do think he slowed at the top of the hill to set up for this lap.
I think as well. Last lap was a 1:08, which is about 2 seconds off of where we'd expect him to be. And working his way through the left-hander now and setting up for the right-hander that leads you onto the Paul Newman straight. Nice line through here. I'm sure Matt's done a ton of iRacing, prepping for this event. Big iRacer, and does a lot of autocross as well. Keeps his skills sharp on the pavement. And heading into the uphill, chasing down, I think it's Ronnie Vidoc ahead of him. And Ronnie's going to pull out of the way before West Bend. Nice gentlemanly thing to do.
Absolutely.
And the curb here at West Bend, this is not an inside curb that you want to get on top of. The one at Big Bend down in turns 1 and 2, you can climb that all over that thing and you can help your car rotate. But at West Bend in particular, the inside curb raises up so much you don't want to hit that thing. It'll kind of pop your right front tire off the ground. As Waldbaum comes across the stripe, is it going to be a pickup? It is not. A 59.755 that time through. So it will not be an improvement, but maybe lap 2 here on this run will be faster.
Maybe. I think that was it.
Yeah, a little bit of a kick out there leaving Big Bend. And Ronnie Vidoc is following him now, so maybe trying to learn from a guy that's got a couple tenths on him around the racetrack. But the entire top 10 covered by about 8/10 of a second. And 3/10 of those are Tom Mack to Matt. Again, Tom won every race here last. Slide for Matt Waldbaum at the uphill, and he kept it out of the wall, but that was a big heart-stopping moment, Pete.
Yeah.
He'll pull away, but trying to get a little too much, I think.
I think so, and I think that's what we kind of started to see coming there around through turn 2. So
yeah, you have to wonder if there's something else going on to have that car be that loose. Because the uphill, you're under compression, and you come up over the top, and you'd expect to spin there, but he hadn't reached the top of that climb yet. He kind of spun mid-corner.
Yeah, I mean, he was just past the apex. I mean, I'm with you. I wonder if there's something mechanically going on with the car, but having spoken with Lena at Mid-Ohio to kind of understand what's going on with the cars, with kind of that awkward nature of what happened with her in, I believe that was at race 3 or race 4.
I think it was race 4.
Where the car had that really kind of weird snap. and I talked with her about kind of how these cars are set up, and it's a very interesting dynamic that they have. So it's a very fine line to toe.
Well, Tom has said in the past, Tom O'Gorman said that aero is almost a prerequisite for an S2000, at least in GLTC. With the amount of power that you're making, the tire that you're on, they can get pretty slidey. And even for Tom, like there's a little off there for Ben Lynn in the 104 car, but even for Tom, he had a different S2000 that was wrecked in a testing incident at Road America, and I wonder if that has kind of changed the idea of going to those low downforce setups and really relying on. You're allowed to use quite a bit of aero here in GLTC, and most drivers find it advantageous and often more comfortable to have a rear wing.
Yeah, and I believe Tom's incident was trying to chase an ultra-low drag setup under the prior rule set that mixed the 200 treadwears and the Hoosiers together, whereas now we're all on 200 treadwears.
That's true. Yep. And DJ Alessandrini, who's hanging out in the chat with us, was talking about you have to pivot the car really early on the entry to the uphill because of the compression. And that's actually an interesting point to bring up, because I got a chance to speak with Simon Kirkby, who was an instructor here for many years, and he talked about the uphill. You actually have to turn in earlier than you think you do because the hill's going to catch you. But when you turn in early, there's that curb on the inside, and if you can clip that too aggressively or get the car too sideways, yeah, you could spin mid-corner. I just thought that was still a little strange looking from my perspective, but I'm sure Matt will probably tell, oh, it was screwed up. Ronnie Vidocq into pit lane. There's the yellow car. That's Sam Scott. And only, I believe, his third event in GridLife Touring Cup. First one was Midwest Festival a couple of months ago. Good friends with Paul Darling. He's got some body work going the way of the dodo there on the left rear.
Yeah, and it's been loose since we came on stream, so I'm curious why he hasn't taken the opportunity to come in and get it. But I guess just trying to get out there and put laps down. Yeah,
and as far as the track would go, if they thought that was going to be a problem, they would bring him down pit lane. But I think the bigger concern you would think would be drag.
Yeah.
Why'd you keep running? But I guess time is of the essence here as we get down to the last couple minutes of this session. There's a look at the 94. Is that the helmet on the roof? Doesn't look like he's going to have to go back out again.
I think Tom feels confident in what he put down.
If we could hang on the shot for just one more second, on the A pillar of that car, right atop the GLTC logo on the windshield, you can see all those little stickers. All of those stickers are race win stickers, and 20 of them are from last season.
Yeah.
Of the 40 races that we had, Tom won half of them. So he's going to be stout competition. He's already proven that here. But Luke McGrew has jumped up into second place at a 58.550, so 8 into that gap up to the lead. It's now just about 0.2 of a second and split the difference between the ASM crew in first and third. I'm
just glad that Luke is here for this event after his brake failure in race 4 at Mid-Ohio, with what happened with his pressure sensor failing, going into the keyhole, and by luck, not collecting Jake as he went in.
And there's Luke in the number 7 right behind, climbing out of the car at the moment. Is there someone under the right rear of that 90 right now?
Yep.
Yep, looks like it.
They're doing something.
They're definitely taking a look at something under the rear of that car.
They've got a big wrench in their hand, so something's going on. And I see Matt messing with his helmet. I don't know if it's coming off.
Yeah. Have to give a shout out to Pam, Jeremy Swenson's mom, who's hanging out as well. Jeremy Swenson in the chat. So is Austin Hurdle on the YouTube side at least. And all those drivers. Austin Hurdle's another one that his season is complete, and Austin had an immense season, a handful of finishes just off the podium on the weekend, but he had a couple podiums this season, a lot of top 5 runs, and for me the highlight of Mid-Ohio was Austin Hurdle racing about half the field side by side, lap after lap, and never touching a single one of them. It was a great example of the racing that we expect in GridLife Touring Cup, and Austin just had a great year showing that on display.
Absolutely. And
here's a car that I think we should keep an eye on, the 41 of James Houghton. Looks like he's got new side skirts on this car I haven't seen before. I don't remember those side skirts. Maybe they're just not wrapped. But
I think you're right. I do think that they're new.
Something different. But this is the 41, the K-Tune car. James out of Kitchener, Ontario. Second in the points coming into the weekend. And James Houghton, mathematically, is the only person that can beat Jeremy Swenson this season for the championship. And here's why. Jeremy Swenson's won 4 rounds of the 6 that we've completed. So we take 5 rounds, your best 5, right? A perfect score is 125 points, 25 at each one of those rounds. Jeremy's got 113 because he won at 4 of them and didn't max out his 5th round. Now, he might run WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but James Houghton, if he wins this weekend, that would be his 3rd weekend victory. Now, if he wins at Laguna Seca, which he is going to, that would be his 4th. And then it would just come down to who had the better 5th weekend. So the championship hunt is still very much on the move right now for James Houghton.
James is missing there's a side skirt that's gone.
It is gone now. And when car parts are on there at the start of the lap and not there on the end, you have to wonder, where has it gone?
And James is doing, I was joking with him because he was constantly all over the buying tickets coming into this event. I was jokingly calling him triple threat last night because he is racing GLTC and 2 time attack cars this weekend.
I saw the Civic. What else is he running? They got the Evo?
I haven't seen the Evo. It might be here, but I thought he was running 3 vehicles this weekend because he was after multiple time attack tickets.
That's really interesting. So James Houghton definitely getting his time's worth here at Lime Rock Park, that's for sure. There he is in that car that's been pretty successful this season, I'd say. Won at Watkins Glen, won also at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and there was a little bit of drama around Mid-Ohio just from a scrutineering perspective. A bunch of cars blew the dyno at post-race after winning. 3 of our 4 winners disqualified on the dyno as the checkered flag falls. And a lot of it, I think, was due to conditions. A lot of the Corvettes aren't running MAF sensors, so the conditions change and the ECU does weird things, and you end up with disqualifications. But James Houghton was the beneficiary of 2 of those races and won because of that, and then won the weekend. So he's got 93 season points to Jeremy Swenson's 113 and 5 wins to Jeremy's 8. So that could change this weekend, and without Jeremy here, he can't add to that total just yet.
Yeah. And looking at the season point totals here, it looks like James has 2 weekends that were better than Jeremy's non-winning weekend. So if he could win this weekend, you are right. He is totally in the hunt. And what's second place on the weekend?
21 points.
Okay. So he doesn't have to win.
No.
If Jeremy doesn't go to Laguna, he doesn't have to win, and yeah, James is in the hunt.
So there's still very much some dramas on the line this season in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup competition, but the checkered flag, the Sunoco checkered flag, is out on the front straightaway, and that will conclude qualifying here, and drivers will head back in. The paddock is a busy place right now. We're in the bottom left of your screen there, the tan and black tents that are kind of packaged together by that white trailer. That's us. The rest of the paddock filling out with YouTubers and drivers and time attackers and vendors and sponsors and partners. It's just a wonderful thing to see from top down like that.
Absolutely. It was all 3 rings of the circus trying to get everybody in last night. We were not loading in quite as early as we did last year, and so we were running up against darkness and did run into it, trying to get everybody in because we have more drift cars than we've ever had. We have more GLTC cars than we had last year, and we have an absolutely loaded time attack field.
Yeah, the time attack is going to be a lot of fun. The only difference is this weekend we are not running the podium sprint format for a variety of reasons. There's too many time attack cars here this weekend. There's just not enough time on track to run that new format with the podium sprint shootout. But in return, the race fans will get to see the Legends shootout laps, which we did last year with about 15 of the prettiest and most historically significant race cars, whether it's GRIDLIFE history or otherwise. They'll get laps to run tomorrow afternoon, kind of mid-afternoon, and they'll get the track to themselves for 2 laps to showcase some of the neatest builds, some of the most significant cars from modern tuning culture. Do a couple laps here at Lime Rock Park.
After what came out last year, I am very excited to see what's come out this year.
I already know that there's some really cool cars. We've seen them in the paddock, some of them this year, but not in this context, which is really where I think the context is important about the history of those cars. But GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying is pretty much complete, and again, Tom O'Gorman will be on pole for race 1 later today. With only 37 qualifiers, though, we'll have to get an update on whether or not we're going to split the field. I was told earlier that we were going to, but I don't know if that was still pending the 40-car entry for the race. So that's all something to consider. So what's up next? We've got Drift coming up here in just a couple minutes' time, and I'll be joined by Cerise, and as well as Danger Dan will be with us all weekend on Drift and time attack coverage, which will follow that. And then, Pete, you'll join back here in about 2 hours' time for GridLife Touring Cup. So good qualifying. It was great to kind of see the field and see the camera angles we've got here this weekend. Some great audio as well. But, Pete, final thoughts on qualifying?
Everybody's pushing. Everybody wants to be up near the front. It's going to be an absolutely insanely quick weekend. But we are going to be here for it.
All right, we're going to step away for just a couple minutes here from GridLife Circuit Legends. We'll be back with Drift after this.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FCP Hero exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcphero.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. We are here at the historic Lime Rock Park. This event is graciously brought to you by Hyundai. GRIDLIFE is powered by Hyundai and Never Just Drive, as well as Falcon Tire. Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE Track Battle. We are joined here. I am Cerise Taylor, joined by Danger Dan. And
Hello,
we are going
everybody.
we are going to give you the lowdown on drift today. As you've seen, they've already hit the track. It's already hot. Let's go.
It's a gorgeous day. Started off with some rain, but it's cleared up now. It looks like it's going to be clear for the rest of the day. And we've already seen some fantastic driving this morning. We're coming into the second drift session of the day, first one live. And it seems like everyone's getting the hang of the track.
Yeah, no, the cars out here are really spectacular. Nick Swan, who we see there on screen, I really hope he has some sunscreen on. I'm going to go give him some after this. He's just baking out there. Here we go. The entry on the FCP Euro branded bridge. You know I'm a little bit biased. I am here with FCP Euro, accompanied by GRIDLIFE. And here we have turn one. Now, this is a very fast turn. We're not having cars come down all the way Sam Posey straight, but you're entering it around 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, you are going to be in somewhere, depending on the gearing, third, fourth gear, and these guys are full commitment. You are stuck in a very wide range of long turns, back to back to back. So these guys have to have a full commitment, coming in with a lot of speed. The transition and being able to make that transition, you're going to have to carry that speed, be online. You don't want to blast off track on something like this with such a beautiful facility.
Thoughts on a handbrake on this track?
Let's say that again.
Thoughts on like handbrake on this track?
Oh, I mean, you're going to have to use it in some spots for correction. But as far as an entry and in between, you're going to have to be flat out going for it. I would see mainly a clutch kick initiation, typically a handbrake to slow the car, but you want to be flat out and going fast.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a good variety of cars out here, too. Obviously, you're going to have, like, the S13, S14. You have a lot of E36s. What is that, a Cressida in the middle?
Yeah, Cressida in the middle, and then a little bit of SC back there. So a little bit of Toyota on BMW action going on, which is really cool to see.
Little JDM on Euro.
Yeah, 2 doors, 4 doors. Everybody's out there today. So
yeah, that's
really cool
awesome. Now, this is only the second time, as a reminder, that Lime Rock has allowed drift on full track ever. And the time before this was GRIDLIFE last year at Circuit Legends. So I know a lot of these drivers have either been waiting to get back in there. We have Larry Chen. What is that, following Justin Pollock out on track?
Yeah, so Justin Pollock, he'll be one to watch this one for sure, as he usually is at any GRIDLIFE event. He's very exciting to watch, and he'll be the one to throw probably the biggest entries. And yeah, it's just a really powerful car and a fantastic driver.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that he's a big fan of GRIDLIFE as well. So fan favorite, here we go. And then Larry Chen following him. I can't wait to see that footage later. I mean, him and that Supra, they always land it.
I think even just Larry Chen's footage from last year made me so jealous that I wasn't here. Yeah. And here I am this year watching it. So
what's up? Why aren't you driving this event?
I am not driving. I had to take a little bit of time away from the track. And I have to get back and set up the cars at RTR on Monday, so I didn't have the time to get my car and trailer it out here and get back in time. Yep. But yeah, I'm itching. Yeah. I'm watching this right now. I definitely want to get on track with these guys.
Yep. I have a very, very humble E36 328 with just a stock F52. And some of these folks were like, oh, when you get in the car, it's like, there's no shot. Yeah, there's just no shot.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very power-demanding track. If you've seen or talked to any of the other drivers, you know, I'd say 400 horsepower and above. Yeah. Anything under that is very underpowered, very hard to do. You're going to have to be really online, keeping a lot of momentum. Yep. And you can see it in some of these cars who are pretty well powerful.
Yeah, we got the Supra coming out here. We just saw Colette Davis on screen. We just saw Tyler Foley out here. Tyler Foley actually just entered his first year of Pro Spec in his E36. So he's a local homie, also from New Hampshire. So shout out to you, man. Good job this season. I mean, I'm just a sucker for an E36. I really am. I'm biased.
Hey, look, there's some super clean driving going on here.
Oh, you spoke too soon.
I shouldn't have said a thing.
Oh, we're just trying to root for you guys out there, I promise.
And as I was in the drivers' meeting, I heard what was going on there. Definitely want to stay off the track. The drivers are trying their best because it's such a beautiful facility. We want to be able to come back here and enjoy this. There, look at that, Justin Pollock on a heater right now.
Insane. That's what you're talking about, where you need to carry it out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Just follow through that entire first turn. And Larry's on him.
Yes.
you know, for a photographer, he's fearless, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
you know, he drives hard.
You can see how narrow the track is at that transition, where Justin, you know, hanging it out after turn 1 there, coming into 2, had to kind of straighten out a little bit because it is very narrow.
Now,
Keep
are
the
they?
momentum.
They're not drifting up the back section. No, they have them flat. Okay, cool. Yeah,
they're
probably
not
smart.
going up that back section, because if you come through that with any amount of speed, you will catch air.
Yeah.
It is kind of a little bit of a sketchy spot.
Right.
And we know this from playing video games. This is one Forza we've all been out there looking at. Yeah, you want to do that, but in reality, it's a very dangerous corner with all these drivers. Also, it's being a blind turn. You couldn't see if there's a problem.
And I'm biased, man. I freaking love
Colette's
this Corvette.
car looks really good out there.
It looks good. It's performing really, really well. Shout out to Spoon. You're doing a great job on that thing. Colette, I've seen you wrenching. God, just like, it looks so good.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker, man. I love that car.
Yeah, it looks really good. She's driving really smooth today.
She is.
She was one of the smoothest drivers in the first session. So
I don't know what she's going through today, but she looked absolutely locked in. I ran into her and Adam this morning, and she just looked laser focused. So if that's any indication, you know, she's doing a great job out there. Who else we got?
You can see Adam's online, getting ready to come out. I believe this is Ryan Turk.
Yep. So this car was having issues, I guess, and now it's back on track. It's doing great.
And we first saw Ryan Turk out on track in the new Stout that he built, and it is gorgeous.
It is gorgeous. And we just did a little interview with him just right before this, so hopefully that'll air later today, get a little up-close and personal view of the car. I mean, you can check it out online, but...
I mean, specifically, Ryan Turk was the footage I saw last year that made me really want to be here. It looked fantastic. This backdrop, I mean, everything is just...
He had the Rain-X Hyundai out here last year? What was he driving last year?
He was driving that car.
Oh, he was?
Yep.
That's awesome. Oh, we got one bumper down. It's all right. Happens. I will say, Dickie Cullen, president of Lime Rock Park, is so stoked to have everybody here. And so I know you were mentioning we want to keep this track nice. We do have a tremendous amount of respect for Lime Rock Park and the history that it comes with, but they are so stoked to have us here, and what an honor.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic to be able to come to this. And I mean, even other events we've had this year, as far as Watkins Glen, I didn't think I'd ever be able to set foot on that track, let alone drive it. It's fantastic.
Now that one's a sketchy one to drive too. You got lots of elevation changes.
Lots of elevation change. There's walls
lots of walls,
everywhere. And it was wet. wet.
Yes,
so
it was.
Very scary. You see Jimmy Oaks out on the line there. He just finished that car.
What
he
a
just showed
story.
up to the track. Yeah.
Absolute fight to get that thing ready. I had it on the dyno late last night, and the guys brought it up early this morning. I believe they made it to driver's meeting, and here he is. So the fact that he's out here for the second session is a good omen.
Yeah, he was out for the first session. I'm out there, so.
Yeah, for
fantastic.
sure.
See, I think they're going to do a little cleanup here.
Speaking of clean, that car is so clean.
Yes.
That's what I was going to say.
There's a lot of really clean, nice cars here.
The interior is pretty shaved. We were looking at that earlier as well. Here we go. Oh, look at that.
Swan out there giving him the green light. Looks like Jimmy be the first.
And one thing that you guys can't tell is it's actually a really long entry from that perspective where you're looking at the end of the track. You do have a fair amount of distance to travel, either A, to gain speed, or to plant yourself exactly where you want. That's a good perspective right there.
Yeah, and they're trying to keep everything rolling. I mean, you can see, exactly what you said right there. Look at that run-up. I mean,
that's long.
That's quite a bit, and these guys have.
I'd be in fifth gear just to get to entry. I got like a 391 diff with an M52. it's not anything.
I see a couple of my Miata friends out there as well.
Yeah.
And that's, this is a
chassis.
very hard track to drive a Miata on, so there's a lot of commitment into this.
And you can see, look at that, that's a long first turn. You really do have to carry that. Imagine if anybody at home has a drift car or any appreciation, that's a lot of power. And like you said, you're down throttle. Oh! God, we love
laying
to
it
see
down.
that.
There's Hurt ripping it in that Njuku R32. And Hurt has had just a few laps this morning. He's been dreaming about this track. We spoke about it earlier.
Yep.
We were playing this in video games for a long time. This is 10 years of aggression built up in Hurt driving this track. So he's going to let it all hang out.
I was going to say, it's definitely reflecting.
Yeah.
And here we have, later we'll have T-Pain out here. I know they're boys, and that's just so special for us. I feel like we all grew up watching him and listening to him, and now all of a sudden he's a part of this community, which is very cool. Very cool
T-Pain
stuff.
had just showed up. He's got the RTR Mustang getting ready to get out there.
Yeah, no, we're definitely going to try and catch an interview with him if we can. Now, he started out his, his origin story of drifting was that he came to a GRIDLIFE event back in 2018, and he actually got a lesson from Chelsea DeNova, and it was just over from then.
Hooked, of course.
Yeah, it was just
and
over
especially
from
coming to something like this, it's gonna hook you because you got a fantastic facility, you got fantastic drivers, and it's just mind-blowing what these guys can do. If you get in one of these cars, it's going to change your life.
It is going to change your life. I'm trying to get my mom out here on Saturday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Look at that Subaru.
Look at it.
4 doors in that thing.
Hatchback.
Yes. A Subaru is looking, it might be a Subaru. You never know.
It's true.
In between the Saab
They
and
do
the
some
Subaru.
crazy things with those chassis. And Nick's mom was telling me earlier, I think so. They were originally trying to cap it like 35 drivers. I think we have like over 60 drivers or something like that.
Wow.
Which is that's a lot. That's a lot of cars out on track. But because there's a grand amount of space, so when you enter this section of drift, but there's an entire back section that they're not necessarily having these drivers drift, which you can't see from this perspective here. But it gives them a chance for a cool down and then to come back into the lane and take off again. So it is actually really beneficial for these drivers with these high horsepower cars out here too. They're just matting the pedal.
You can hear that noise. That RB is ready to go. Look at her. Big initiation. You can hear the throttle commitment from him. He's ready to go. That's a big sweeper.
Guys, the media that comes out of these events too is always so insane. The vantage points are just killer. Whether you're sitting on the hill. Now, granted, if anybody knows anything about Lime Rock Park, or if you don't, this is a very historic track, as we mentioned before. There's no bleachers, okay? You show up with either a lawn chair or a picnic blanket. You can see right here on the hill. Yeah, you can see some folks there. But it just keeps this nostalgia element to the track, which is very special as we bring in this new wave of motorsports.
Yeah, on that little patch right there, you can see all the mountains, and you can see turns 1 through 3. And if you're watching drifting, that's where most of the action's going down. So it's very cool to watch.
Yeah. I know that some of these drivers too, they were kind of asking for a competition element of drift. What would you think about that? Because
just have fun, guys.
You want Grid Life to stay fun?
I think this at this level right here where we're watching, this is fun. I think all the drivers enjoy having fun doing it, and you're able to go mix and match and go chop it up with different people you don't usually get to drive with.
Look at it, and it's doing well. Good job, Jimmy.
Hey, first day in the new car.
Yeah.
You've only done donuts, so.
Honestly, I don't even hate the neon yellow with the red. I don't hate it.
It's very stylish. It looks very clean, man. The whole build looks fantastic. So.
Yeah, no, it makes me very jealous.
Also, that thing is right-hand drive, if you guys didn't notice.
Yeah.
It's a right-hand drive E36 with an LS3 that he had just finished.
I don't even know what my brain would do. I mean, I guess there's a learning curve, but dang. Neon is a phaser. You hear that, Jimmy? Okay, all right. Well, it's a phase that I'm down for right now. I don't know.
Ooh, wild,
that was a good line, man. Oh, he's coming with that clip. Oh, okay, there we go. Good transition. Hurt. Well done, dude.
You know, I know this is a hard point for her right here because I have him shut down before he has to go up this hill, and I know he really wants to go up that hill.
Why do they have him shut down before the hill?
It's just a dangerous corner.
Yeah,
it's also very hard to link. So.
Are they like regulating that based upon power?
No, it's not regulated on that. It's basically just because it's a hard visual to see.
Yeah.
So
there's a fork right there too.
It's a dangerous spot.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, grip racing over here. Now I don't know if they're taking the wider line or they're more shallow line here, but it's that vantage point too is one of the most incredible places to watch grip cars just rip over that hill in the back section.
Yeah, I got to go walk around yesterday and check out some different vantage points, but I haven't gotten to today to go watch and see some of the racing and what else is a good vantage point for the racing and see the actual speed of these cars.
Yeah. So many Corvettes are coming out of the woodworks too as we watch Colette come around again. I mean, we have a lot of different builds that are kind of evolving away from, like, we had the S chassis that was really, really popular and is still great. We have the E36, which is kind of evolving into like the E46 realm more. And now these Corvettes are coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, there's E46s, anything with the E46, E36, super simple. I mean, look at this though. You got a Miata out there.
Yeah.
That's a big turn. That's hard to connect.
Yeah.
But with the Corvette, I mean, it's a very smart car. I mean, I've considered it multiple times. It's simple to drive.
Yeah.
It has a lot of power, and you don't need much modification. So it could be coilovers and some knuckles, and you're done. That's kind of how it goes.
Yep.
Or you go to an all-out built Skyline like Hertz driving here with Larry Chin right on him.
I don't want to be that guy that says must be nice, but it really genuinely must be so nice to drive one of those cars. Like, remove jealousy. I love that these guys are out here and girls are just ripping with this high horsepower. I think we all started on a low horsepower car.
For sure.
At least, you know, I feel like that's a good way to learn anyways.
Yeah,
what was the first car you ever drifted?
The first car I ever drifted was, it was actually a Mustang.
Really?
Yeah, that's how I learned how to do figure eights, was a Fox body Mustang.
I was going to ask if it was a Fox body.
So things have come full circle, I guess, because now I'm working with RTR, so it's all Mustangs all the time for me.
Only ever drifted BMWs. That's my background.
I've had two E46s, fantastic cars. This guy was one of the only guys ripping at Watkins Glen, which looked treacherous to drift.
Yeah. Oh my God, I can't. The bus stop. If anybody knows Watkins Glen, the bus stop. I mean, they have you drifting up that back section, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's so sketchy.
It was very sketchy. It was wet. There was walls everywhere, and I mean, it really shows the mental focus it could take to drive in the rain with all the walls, and then just not being scared, just going for it.
Yeah, just do it scared, even if you are. Hope for the best.
So, and even earlier this morning, we saw guys kind of dipping their toes into this track because it is very intimidating. Like, you don't want to just go after it. You're going to have to kind of size it up and see what gear you need to be in, and then measure yourself on the track as well and see how wide it is. Can I transition here and whatnot? So these guys have put it together, and looks like about done with that session there.
Absolutely. Everybody did so good. I love that we didn't have any crashes out there. We're just going to keep that energy, keep that momentum for the day.
I think it's just going to become faster and faster as these guys get more used to it. So I'm really pumped to see some more drifting.
I'm so ready for it. Awesome. All right, so what do we have next here? We have what? Time Attack is up next. Now, Dan, you're staying on. Kyle's going to get back on the mic here and do a little Time Attack action.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, it was such a pleasure. I hope to be back with you guys, joining you for the next drift session. These are all the homies. I am so happy to be at my home track. Happy to be announcing with you.
Yes.
And I'm going to hand it back to Kyle.
Come on in, Kyle. We got good vibes. You can see it behind us. There's good vibes everywhere. Dude.
See the energy. It's radiating right now. Do they just stay on this one for a little bit? Am I handing this back to you right now?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
That's how we end that.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon Tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FCP Euro exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcpro.com to learn more.
Did you energize yet today? Time to nos up. Get after it.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline. Trusted for over 150 years.
Welcome back to Lime Rock Park and to what could potentially be a historic event in the future. This is year 2 of GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park. Track Battle, the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship is up next on track. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Danger Dan. Danger Dan, welcome back. I know you just did, you got kind of warmed up with drift, but getting back into competition with our NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, and the storylines coming into this weekend were that we're not running our new podium sprint format, so we're going back to our traditional grouped format. I know you've had an opportunity to compete in that new format. Your thoughts on that this year?
I have, and just like normal grid life to me, I'm doing double duty, drift and the track battle. So it's very fun. I enjoy it. I have not personally myself made it to the podium sprint, but I really like the idea of it. It's very exciting to watch, and even being a driver in that, you want to be in that. You want to do it. It makes it more exciting.
It really has been a popular format. Just due to the size of the field this weekend, we couldn't quite get it done. GRIDLIFE Live this weekend is powered by Hyundai N. Hyundai N, never just drive. And Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE Track Battle. And before we get into coverage of the first of 5 time attack sessions, we should get a good look at our playground today, our venue, the 1.5 mile, 7-turn Lime Rock Park with our Hyundai N track preview. Here's a look at it, Dan, as we head down onto the racetrack. It all starts in Lakeville, Connecticut. A run down a front straightaway that's been here for many, many years. Track built back in 1953. Off into turn number 1, that's Big Bend. It's a pretty fast corner, but you have to slow down quite a bit from that fast straightaway into turn number 2, and then the left-hander, turn 3. That's where we've been drifting a bunch here this weekend, but it is a challenging corner to set up for this no-name straight, or now the Paul Newman straight.
Yeah, it's a very challenging look, and you can't really tell, but the elevation is much more than you'd think it would be.
Yeah, certainly. Big climb up through turn 5. That's the uphill. And then off to turn 6. That's West Bend at the far end of the racetrack. And then the downhill at turn number 7. Another big plunge down a couple of stories that leads you back onto the front straightaway. So 1.5 miles here on our Hyundai N track preview. Gives you kind of a good idea of how things are laid out here. But you know, the experience on track varies widely depending on what you're driving at most racetracks. But here, the track's pretty small, so you can't really extract 1,200 horsepower out of an Evo. You can do that a little bit on the straightaway, but the lap times are not all that different. The fastest lap that we saw here last year was a mid-52, 52 seconds, and the slowest lap that we saw was like a 104, so like a 10-second difference, which at a place like Watkins Glen or Road America would be 30 or 40 seconds because you just don't have that much distance.
Yeah, and it seems like you could just close the gap. I've watched a little bit of racing earlier this morning, and if somebody's kept getting a gap on someone, I mean, it's a noticeable amount on the track.
Yeah,
you can see quite a distance between the cars. So.
And traffic management is another huge deal to hear this weekend. I mean, obviously, in drift, half the goal is to get up on someone's door in tandem. But here, you don't want to do that. You want to have clear racetrack.
Exactly, and I'm seeing that a lot in turns 2 and 3, where it's getting a little bit stacked up, and some guys will be passing on the inside there. But that's part of it. The traffic, got to navigate it and plan everything accordingly.
You certainly do. So the first group that's on track here is going to be our Group E, which is, again, our slowest of the 5 groups. Now, that means that the cars are slower, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're the bottom end of the field. We're going to have a lot of our Sunday Cup competitors in this group and some Club TR competitors in this group. Just the classes that have less horsepower to work with is kind of the source of a lot of this here. So cars heading on the racetrack now, and you'll notice on the left-hand side of the screen the timing and scoring stacker and various colors as well. And of course, there are 7 different classes ranging from the pink Sunday Cup category to the red unlimited category. But we'll see a lot of pink and a lot of gray, which the gray is the Falcon Club TR group. But you run in Sunday Cup. You had a fit that you're running a lot this season. What's that been like to compete in that category?
It is awesome. I mean, you are running 10/10ths the entire time, and the cars are super fun. Right now, you got Chris Rice coming up there. He is a really great competitor. It's really cool to get on. You're all driving together, and it really shows when you make an error. It really shows because you have to be tip-top. You got to be on your line, on your marks. I thought going into this that it was going to be a little bit easier than what I got into, and man, I tell you what, the competition is very fierce out there.
And it's got to be such a fun class to drive in because for the most part, you're taking away the complexity of the car and you're focusing a lot more on driving, right? You mentioned that you can't make up for mistakes because you don't have a lot of power to make up, and the rules are fairly limiting as well. So you're kind of left building a similar mousetrap to everybody else.
Sure, like if you make a mistake, it's going to be there and it's going to show. You got to let that behind you and go on to the next lap and hope for the best. But being a momentum car, you got to keep that momentum. One big mistake can really hurt you on the next lap as well. So trying to keep that stuff going is really fun.
Yeah, so it's probably been a very rewarding process for you, and I bet you'd love to be in a race car here this weekend as well, but
don't remind me.
But I'm glad to have you here alongside me. As far as results so far, let's talk about Sunday Cup and the championship battle that we are in with the pink cars on your screen. So you see Mooncake, that's the Robertson Racing Becky Burton number 909, running third overall at the moment. As far as the championship goes, it is a pretty stout fight at the front of the field between James Smith in the number 130, Michael Ross Smith in the 395, Jake Abbott in the 126, who's not competing this weekend, and Chris Rice in that number 91. The points differential between James Smith and Michael Ross Smith is just 7 points, and that's a very easy swing with a handful of events left to go. So we'll have to keep our eyes on the 130 and the 395, but some of those might be in the next group as well, so we'll have to keep our eyes out for it. Looks like
that's going to be a fight. That's going to be a fight. You know they're going to be into it, and they're going to be just trading lap times. That's what I would imagine. They're going to be back and forth trading lap times at who's on top.
I misspoke. Jacob Abbott is competing here this weekend.
Yes.
And the fastest car so far in Sunday Cup is James Smith, who is that points leader right now. So already we got a little bit of drama. And the car that he is being run down by, once again, is Michael Ross Smith, who I don't know has... I think he might have ended his season at Mid-Ohio, if I recall correctly. So that might have been it for him.
Yeah, and he did fairly well in Watkins Glen. So that was a very cool track to drive.
And this is this the 197 of Kendall Samuel? I believe it is. And this car, if it's the same car, is the one that he took to Pikes Peak a couple of months ago.
Does this look out of place to you? It looks out of place to me in this class right here.
It looks a little out of place as far, I mean, we know the car is much faster than Group E,
right,
but it might be the first time he's been on track, so they'll make you run in the slower groups until you show that you can run faster. I know that car is faster than this, as you point out. So that's well placed. Kevin Wendt in the 509, that's a Honda CRX that's out there, and he used to run our timing system, but he is elected to drive a car more, and that's a decision we're all very supportive of.
Yes, definitely support that. Really cool car as well.
And the sights and sounds, I heard you and Cerise talking about it here, but Lime Rock Park, what a spectacular place to go time attacking. What a great racetrack, too. A lot of repetitions, a short lap, only 7 corners to focus on, so you can spend a lot more time maximizing each individual corner.
Exactly, and it's going to come up on you quick. So if you make a mistake, you got to leave it behind you. Get on that next lap. You're just barely a minute. So
yep. Cars entering turn 1 now. There's a look at the 87.
That is Alan.
Alan Newsom, you're right, in the 87.
Alan Bridge Moto, he makes all those cool jumpsuits and some cool safety gear. Very beautiful car.
They have the toe straps too, right? I bought one of those.
Yeah. Very good stuff that you need. Also fire suits and things like that. Seats, very cool. And you got this FC here, the LS.
It's James Wood behind the wheel of that RX-7, and it did have some issues this morning. I'm not sure if you've gotten a chance to talk to him about it.
Yeah, he's actually been running through quite a few issues. The last time I saw him was at CMP, and we were in a different time attack event there, and he had some issues as well. But it's good to see him back on track. It's a very cool-looking car. Not something you see. He looks like he belongs in the drift crowd, doesn't he?
Yeah, it does. Actually, before I knew that he time attacked this thing, it looked like a drift car. But I also love the decidedly very 1990s livery on it. It fits the car really well, and I'm glad that he got it running. He was stuck over at Big Bend earlier with some kind of mechanical issue, and he just improved to a 107.609, which is 0.3 better than his best on the weekend. So
that's good.
Good lap for him. There's Rebecca Cohen in the 202. She only hangs out with us a couple times a year, but always blesses us with her presence.
Hey, Rebecca let me drive that car before, and I got to drive that at Midwest as a chase car for the drift, and it was really fun to drive. So thank you for the opportunity, Rebecca.
And she is a handful of times almost committed to selling this car. Every year it seems like, I'm selling the Civic, but then she never does, and I'm glad she doesn't do that. But working her way around right now at a 1:14.478 this session. She did a 1:11.365 earlier in the day. Here's a look at one of the fits, and that is the 545 Honda fit, which I'm not sure that we've actually seen. We have Danny Kruger behind the wheel at a 1:07.174 was his best time earlier in the day, so he hasn't quite gotten near it in this session.
Yeah, and I've seen this car before, and if you look at the setup, I mean, look, the rear suspension's lifted up quite a bit, and I was like, oh, what kind of advantage is this? And you can talk to these guys about some different advantages with how they're running the Sunday Cup. I'm trying to get information, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's what I wanted. I'm competing in this as well. But, I mean, you wouldn't think it, but these guys have a lot going on. They're really good and dialed in this setup, and they're battling over tenths of a second. So I mean, everything counts.
You bring up a great point. We said earlier that there's not really a lot you can do in the rule set, so a lot of it comes to tuning the tools that you do have.
Exactly.
And suspension is a big part of that. We don't really talk about brakes so much in those cars because they're not really using them all that much. But as far as suspension setup and camber and caster and toe and Ackerman and all these other things that you might be able to adjust, that is a consideration. There's Kevin Wendt again in that CRX that blew a motor at Road America. He's got a motor put back in it by our buddy James Morgan up in Chicago. And it's back running again. It's now fuel injected, but the car was carbureted back when it was owned by Scott Giles and Renee Hines. They ran it in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup here last year. And since then, it's changed hands now in Falcon Club TR.
Very cool livery. Looks like a blast to drive out there as well.
I think the CRX is a great platform. Really a modern inspiration for a lot of front-wheel drive compact cars. But back when Hondas were super lightweight, very simple cars to work on and to drive, and very rewarding because of that.
Yeah, and then look, you're 20 years later, you have a fit.
And there's actually a CRZ in Sunday Cup here this weekend, which is interesting to me. I don't know if it's had the battery pack disconnected or if it's just not running for points, because as far as I know, you can't run a hybrid in Sunday Cup just yet. There it is.
Yeah, the CRZ, I don't believe all of them came with the hybrid.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that, maybe that's the case.
It's basically kind of set up like a Honda Fit, where you're
very interesting.
Just a 1.5.
Yeah, and that's
there you go. So very similar power to weight.
Yeah.
So
I looked into one of these actually to get one because I have a Fiesta I don't really use, and I was going to turn one into a pace car. I thought it'd be really neat to kind of fit the it's kind of the modern incarnation of the CRX. Naming convention and styling cues and
so
and
cool
such.
Looking. I love it.
They're such cool cars, but the CRZ. Basically built on the Fit platform. Underneath, it's pretty much the same.
I'll be honest, that's what I was looking for before I got the Fit. That's what I wanted to do the Sunday Cup. When I was looking to join the Sunday Cup, I was looking to do a CRZ. I thought they were really cool, but price point's a little bit higher than the Fit. It just made more sense to me.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about the hybrid version of the CRZ is that it was one of the few hybrid cars that came out with a base 6-speed manual transmission. So the automatic had a CVT as Chris Rice was bouncing over the
curb there. He's trying as hard as he can to get that top spot.
And getting chased by Mooncake, that Mazda 2 in tow into turn 3.
Yeah, I get this question a lot too. Is like, is it just a Honda Fit class? No, it is not. It is absolutely not. You're 25-to-1 power to weight ratio. You can search multiple different cars. I look down different avenues, but there's some cool cars out there, and I can tell you right now, those Mazdas are quick.
They are quick, and again, very simple cars in construction. And Robertson Racing Crew working on it a lot, working on the suspension and alignment today. But that car, best time of a 1:07.836 earlier, so a bigger than a second pickup in this particular session, and that's awesome because it's getting hotter and later in the day, and all the time attackers will tell you tomorrow morning is going to be the best time to run for lap time, but making progressive improvements on day one to set up for that session is part of success here.
For sure. Yeah, and it's looking like a real battle right now, too, because those two are so close.
Yeah, and in the Sunday Cup category, just in general, to update you on how the weekend has been progressing, James Smith, just about a tenth of a second. Oh, Michael Ross Smith is here. He just didn't have his the Ross Smith portion. So it is 1/10 of a second between those two, and a further 2/10 back to Jacob Abbott, and those, of course, are the top three in the points. So that championship is still very much on the line. And then we mentioned Mooncake and Danny Kruger. They're separated by just now 7/10 of a second with advantage to Mooncake. And even though Kruger has picked up a little bit as well. Other cars in this group, the Falcon Club TR category, Justin Okamoto there in the 322. That's a BMW. Started as a convertible. It's got a hard top on it now, but runs the Falcon RT660, as does everyone in Sunday Cup and in Club TR. And
It's a great tire.
There's a good look. Yeah, there's a good look. The 218 car at the moment. Molderig. Now, the Falcon RT660 is a spec tire. It's the official tire of GRIDLIFE TrackBattle, but it's a spec tire for Club TR and for Sunday Cup. Now, as a competitor, I love the idea of a spec tire because everyone's got the same shoes on. Everyone's in this race has got the same grip level, and you have to go out there and maximize the tire. I think that makes for a really unique part of Time Attack, where typically, it's a builder's class as much as it is a driver's class. But while Club TR is definitely a builder's class, you have this common element, and I think that makes it a very interesting category.
Definitely. And you got two to choose from, really. You got the 660 and the 615, and that can play a factor in how you want to set up the car as well. I know for me personally, I run the 660 on the front and 615 in the rear. I just like the way that feels. It's a nice setup. And even in the wet, I prefer to run the 615 over the 660 in the wet. So
gives you a couple options to go with, and the 615 a little bit more of a street-focused tire. I mean, they're all street tires, but I guess the tread pattern a little bit more forgiving in wet conditions versus the Extreme Performance Summer RT660, which is an excellent tire for autocrossing and track days and even racing. We see them in GLTC as well.
Yeah, and I use it in drifting for steering. So,
there you go.
Yep, put them on the front.
So the track battle still underway here as we work our way through track battle Group E. And we'll continue with the next group in just a couple of minutes' time. And down the hill here, as we continue to work our way through, lap times, again, I think are generally a little quicker than we had earlier in the day. And I think it was wet this morning for the first session. They have had a session between then and now. But I have to imagine that driver confidence here plays a big role as well with how close the walls get, especially on the backside of the track.
Yeah, I think coming off the last turn there is quite a scary-looking downhill, and you got to stay committed through there.
Yeah, commitment is a big topic of discussion at a lot of racetracks, but here in particular, the uphill and west bend and the downhill are all corners that require a lot of commitment. Here's a brand new Honda Civic, the 352 of Mark Buchheit behind the wheel. No Mark from the Hard Times group up just outside of Chicago. And I know that one of his buddies has the new Integra as well. I got a chance to drive it.
Oh, wow.
And it is a great car, and the Civic is in particular is obviously very similar in many ways, but I just think this car and the Integra are just great.
I just love the styling of it as well. It looks really cool to me. I think they've gone the right direction in modifying how the car looks.
Absolutely. We just saw the CRZ that was out there earlier across the bridge, maybe running an errand or something, or cooling off tires and brakes. But either way, the track battle E is still underway.
A little off the track there.
Yeah, dropping a tire. Getting everything you can. Chris Rice up to a 105.750.
Impressive.
And that is his best lap time. And that would drop him into third. He would bump Jake Abbott down slightly now. So move the 91 up into P3.
Okay. Yeah, Chris has been very fun to watch this year, and Jacob as well. When I'm out on track, I try and look for those guys and find their line. I'm just going to hijack whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
You know they're doing it correctly, so.
Yeah, and Jake Abbott in the 126 has had a pretty successful season going back to especially the early part of the season. He won at Carolina Motorsports Park, was third at Watkins Glen, second at Rev Up at Gingerman, and then got another third place result at Autobahn Country Club. The two drivers ahead of him, James Smith, his first event was Rev Up, where he won, and he won again at Midwest Festival and again at Autobahn Country Club, and then a fourth at Mid-Ohio, and that was a big deal. He had a couple issues with some bushings and things at Mid-Ohio, but that was
4 wins in a row.
4 wins in a row. And the thing is it was the Mid-Ohio event where he lost because of the podium sprint. Had one of the fastest laps on the weekend, but couldn't complete the deal in the podium sprint. So that was an effect of this new format coming into play.
Yeah, and that's kind of a wild setup there. You know, you are shooting for your best time, but when the time comes, if you get knocked out, you're out.
And the checkered flag, the Sunoco checkered flag, is out once again here for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, and Group E is complete. for now, we're going to get Group D out here on the track shortly. And some changes and shifting and shuffling in the Sunday Cup group in particular. And we're going to move into some of the next groups as well. And again, because this is organized by pace, we're going to see probably some of the mid-pack cars now for some of the other categories. And then by the time we get to Group B, we'll be talking about the pointy end of basically everybody. And then Group A, of course, the fastest cars here on the weekend. So progressively getting faster as we move throughout the session. So it should be a lot of fun. So another great look top down here from the paddock, and then there's the look at that uphill turn 5 here at Lime Rock Park. Of course, West Bend at turn 6, and then the downhill at turn 7. And a pretty formidable racetrack as well. I haven't had a chance to drive it at speed yet. Last year I got a chance to do one lap, just kind of pedestrian speeds. And really, again, every time you get on the racetrack, I've spent a lot of time in iRacing or on simulators here, and you think you know it, and then you go out on track, and all of a sudden everything feels so closed in.
Right.
And I'm not sure how much you've used simulators to prep for a race weekend, if at all, but I do find it at least helps teach you where the braking markers are, where the corners are, and which way everything goes.
For sure. I think it can and really, really help you out. As before CMP, I was definitely on that every day. I had never known that track. I didn't know what I was even looking at. So using a simulator, it definitely gets you in the right place as far as the braking zones and stuff like that. You just don't get to feel it. Like you said, at speed, you don't get to feel those negative and positive G's of going up and down, and it can really upset the balance of the car, where it doesn't really happen so much in the simulator as you would feel in real life. But man, it is something else to be on track and know what you're doing, know where you're going. You know what I mean? Like it's definitely better than going in blind, for sure.
Well, we get a great aerial view here of Lime Rock Park. Of course, this is day 1 of a 3-day event here. Tomorrow is kind of the biggest day for all the action, and already we've seen tons of campers lined up there. We see some of the concourse cars arriving over by the tent there at the top of the hill, and this event celebrates modern and past tuning culture. And part of the deal here is this car concourse that's on the top of the hill. It is a hand-picked, curated arrangement of some of the most significant cars from modern tuning culture. The cars that a lot of us, or a generation slightly older than me perhaps, kind of grew up with, and celebrating an era that I think a lot of times is celebrated in general, but maybe doesn't have an event for it, really purpose at a racetrack yet. So it's a really cool event, and I think especially if you're here at the racetrack with us, walk that concourse tomorrow and just enjoy some really neat cars. We had a bunch of cars from Paul Newman here last year.
Yeah.
I think the Toyota Supra pace car, that was a pace car for the IndyCar series in the 90s, is back again this year, or should be back.
Is that the yellow one?
It is the yellow one. I think I saw it here in the paddock.
It's beautiful. I did see it earlier, yeah.
So really cool stuff. Just special cars from the 1980s to now. So that's part of the fun here this weekend. The arcade, actually the camera we're looking at right behind it, is a huge arcade tent that is packed with simulators and arcade cabinets and sandbag tosses and all sorts of fun games up there. The campgrounds are full of people. They will be even more full of people tomorrow. Just a party at a racetrack. That's what we do here at Grid Life, and this event, with the support of the racetrack, has just been very, very special. Year 1 and year 2 so far have been awesome.
Yeah, I think this might be the most beautiful track we've been to yet. I mean,
think
just
so.
as far as the surrounding, like, look at every single thing is photogenic.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many great racetracks. And I think in North America specifically, it was the 1950s where a lot of the most significant tracks that we're familiar with popped up. Think Watkins Glen, Road America belong in that category. WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, Sebring. A lot of the tracks that you're familiar with watching in professional road racing in North America started in the 50s, and this is no exception, built in 1953. And I'm not sure if we can get another aerial view here in a moment. I'm not sure if the drone's still flying up. But behind Turn 1, so where Turn 1 makes that right into Big Bend, the track was actually concepted to go far beyond that. And the straight runoff that you see at Turn 1 is helpful runoff, yes, but it was also the beginning of a continuation of the racetrack that was originally designed. There was actually an additional mile of track that was planned to go up into the hills, come back around and rejoin. So you see that strip of pavement there, that's at Turn 1. So the track was originally planned to go straight off into the woods, go up a hill, and then had a much bigger loop. Basically, Big Bend right here that you see was planned to be up on top of that hill, curving through the forest, big fast left-hander that would rejoin right here at the exit of Big Bend. So that was the original plan for the track. It never got built, but someone designed it and built it for one of the old Papyrus NASCAR games.
Why wasn't it built?
I don't know the reasoning behind it. I think they either ran out of money in the construction or couldn't get the right rights to the land or something. But
or it looks super dangerous because that's a really long straightaway.
Yes.
If you're going to go firing up that hill.
And there was probably no walls back then either.
Yeah,
It was just
exactly.
trees everywhere. So just a really neat piece of Lime Rock history that that never really happened. But there are
cool.
drawings, and actually I considered building it into the track map to show some really neat things. Here's a great looking car. This is called the LMP 360. Now, this car was originally built for, I think it was under $1,000 or something of the sort. It uses a Subaru Boxer 4-cylinder engine and has cobbled together bodywork on it to make it look like an LMP3 car, which is just a side effect of it being inexpensive. But it is mid-engined and a homebrew, home-built car.
It looks phenomenal. I had walked by it earlier. Larry was shooting it. I definitely want to get up closer and take a look at that thing. It's super cool. I mean, as a builder and seeing something like this built in your garage, that's super cool.
It is such a unique vehicle, and I love that they call it the LMP 360 because, again, it's based. A lot of the bodywork is based on a very old Subaru, and you see that's where the fender flares and things come from.
So, funny story, my sister had a Subaru 360 that she wanted me to put a sport bike engine in. And that's just kind of life of a fabricator, right? Hey, you can do this, right? I don't know. I don't know if I should be able to do that or if you should be able to drive it. It's a very cool looking car, and this may be the second one I've seen in my life, other than my sister's.
Yeah, and this one's obviously very far from what it started as.
Very much.
And this car falls into the super unlimited category. And you see it there, currently 6th on the board, the 103.996 lap time. This car is super unlimited because all of the Grid Life categories except for super unlimited require that a car start with a VIN number, and this chassis is completely hand constructed. Didn't start life with a VIN, so therefore it is in super unlimited. So not really a championship battle to worry about or anything, but it's just a neat car, and I think it's worth highlighting.
Oh, for sure.
So, and also very lightweight, which is going to help it here at this track in particular. So the 36 works his way around. That is Daniel Cummings is the driver's name. And through the rest of the order right now as it stands, Not Fast Motorsports in the number 28, which is a Scion FRS at a 1:06:45. Christopher Acosta in the number 49, also a Club TR car, runs in second. Luke Paglione in the 973 runs in third. And we continue to work our way through Track Battle D. And the times from the E group will still stand here on the timing and scoring, so we can kind of follow along. A little smoke coming from the Not Fast Motorsports car. So this is a different car than they have run in this category. Actually, this is there's actually, I think, potentially an issue with the classification of this car and timing. So this is a different FRS than Not Fast usually runs.
Okay.
This is actually Peter Zhang's GLTC build. And so it has, I think it has an LS in it.
Okay.
And so it is classified as a track mod car this weekend. So I will probably have to work on changing that on the timing and scoring. But for now, he works his way around at a 1:01:46. And it's been smoking all day. I'm not sure if that's engine or tire or what. But
well, if it's an LS, it'll be fine. You just add more oil. That's okay.
But he's heading down the hill now and working his way back around. So tell me about some of the other builds you've done, because the Fit is, as far as I know, your first like Grid Life specific competition build. What else have you done in recent years?
Well, my Miata started out life as doing time attack stuff, and I was able to join at in Willow Springs.
Oh, right,
so
yeah.
I did a track day out there, and that was really the first time attack that car had seen. I'd run some button willow with that, and that was all naturally aspirated. So the idea with that car was to build that for both time attack and drifting, but I think I've erred to the side of drifting a little more, which is something super common with me. I always build something for grip driving, and then I end up making
it's more fun sideways, right?
And I accidentally made it a drift car again. So I've definitely had interest in making more for a grip car, and definitely dipping my feet in there with the Fit is something that makes it a little bit harder for me to...
You can't drift that.
You can't drift that one. So
I did see a picture of Chris Rice earlier today at turn 4, the right-hander, completely sideways with dirt and dust flying. So I would challenge that based on what I've seen today.
If you ever see Chris in a taxi session, he will throw that thing sideways, yeah. So they're very fun to throw around, but as far as recent years, I have not built much in the way of a race car, except for drift cars. And right now, working with RTR, it's all the Mustangs. So
awesome. We got a good look at Evan Model in the 925. That was that orange S2000. Up near the top of the order right now to 101.819. And Malchov in the number 5. That's a mint green Mustang that was real deep in China Beach at Mid-Ohio a couple weeks ago. So glad he dug it out, and he's joined us here. Got it on the trailer and battling with Ethan Brown in the 76 right now in the street mod category. There's that number 5, Ezekiel behind the wheel.
Good looking car.
Looks great, sounds great, but I don't know. We didn't get a look at what happened at Mid-Ohio, but he went off in a big way.
Oh, really?
So it just went, I'm not sure he locked up or spun out, but went off into the gravel at turn 5, and it was just in there deep. So definitely, I mean, that's why they put the gravel there. to catch you.
But it's one of those cars that's been on my list for a long time. It was the first time I saw one, like an 03 Cobra, the Terminator style. I was like, yeah, that is cool with the supercharger and all that. So very cool car.
And it feels like a platform that would be getting cheaper right now. Is that true or no?
I don't think so.
No?
I think that's one that might go up just for the nostalgia of it. It was one of the first with the independent rear suspension. So it's a very cool car. And, I mean, at the time, that was just a monstrous vehicle. I mean, you could dang near get that in the 12s quarter mile from a factory vehicle, which was kind of unheard of back then. So it's pretty cool.
Cody Umba in the number 69 Street Class Honda Civic. We've seen him at a handful of events this year, getting the most out of that car. And this is the 10th gen Honda Civic now? I'm losing track of what gen is what.
Lost it. I got stopped in the 90s, I'll be honest with you. And from then on out, all I know is they are great to drive on track.
Yeah, I think that's Gen 10, and the new one is the 11th gen. But we talk about the styling of the newer car, and you mentioned the right direction. I think it was a bit more of a refined look.
Yeah.
The previous car, I love how that thing looks. It's just really aggressive and maybe like one step too far.
It's very wild.
They'll kind of swing back at a bit more of an aggressive.
Yeah, I think, it was very hard to tell if that was a Subaru or not.
Yeah, right.
Every car in that generation was kind of looking very similar, very aggressive. And I think that little bit of refinement.
Headlights, the little regular car reviews in there.
That little bit of refinement, I really like that. I enjoy it. And seeing them on the street, it looks a little bit more subtle, nice, and room for more of your own modifications.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. The 142 on track, that's Juan Johnson in Falcon Club TR, and it's getting a little spicy here at the top of the order. Looks like Logan Geyer jumped up to 5th place overall to 102.772. Garrett Glosseri in the 238. I believe that's an RX-8 that he's got sub 103. Now Nick Babin is in an ND Miata, his second year here at Circuit Legends with us. So a couple different cars kind of competing in that Falcon Club TR class at a pretty high level. One a little off the apex there at West Bend, which is a tricky corner. That curb, we talked about it in the GLTC qualifying. The inside curb at West Bend is not a friendly curb. Yeah. A lot of them you can jump and hop on and use to rotate the car, but that one will run you wide.
Yeah, and that's maybe why he said, let's go wide and err on the side of keeping myself on track and keeping the car on track.
Yeah, there is an alternative layout as well. The West Bend chicane goes wide and then tucks back in, so if you miss the corner, you have an escape route, but if you hit the inside, you could find yourself in a tire wall pretty quick.
Oh, check that out right there.
Oh, man. That is Ethan Brown in the 76. That's a cool-looking car. Golf?
Yeah, a little Mark II there, just repping around.
That's so cool. What a neat automobile. And short wheelbase, too. I mean, we talk about a small racetrack like this. I think having the maneuverability of these short wheelbase cars has to be a plus. You go to some bigger racetracks, like we start our season in GLTC at Circuit of the Americas, and you have these long, fast, sweeping corners that you might find a bit of instability in a short wheelbase car. You might want something longer, but here when you're changing direction so much and you don't have super long sweeping corners, you're going to want the pointiness of a car like this.
Yeah, I think it could be a double-edged sword, like coming into 1 and 2 here, where you are almost going to have to double apex that. It's a kind of hard. It could be really darty on you in here, but I think most everyone looks really composed coming through turns 1 through 3. So
this is a 1990 Volkswagen Golf. So that is as much of a circuit legend as they come. Back in that's how old is that car now? 40 years old? No, that's not right. 30 years old.
Yeah, don't do me like that.
Don't do me like that either. I'm not that. I can't be that old.
There's that RX-8.
That is a different one though. It's the 712, which I'm not actually familiar with. It is Ian Johnson behind the wheel of that 2007 Mazda RX-8. And speaking of Circuit Legends, this is a chassis that I think is going to continue to get recognition on the racetrack for a long time because it shares so much with the third generation Miata underneath. But the engines are a little bit of a controversial topic. They are really powerful, but you have to get it so high in the revs. They don't have a lot of torque at the low end for sure, but reliability is also another concern with rotaries.
Yeah, I've had a chance to drive one for a couple weeks actually, and it was really fun. And I think it's a really cool chassis. They're affordable now, and I'm seeing it become more popular in drifting, and I think we're going to see a lot more of them on track out here for some time to time.
So talking about engine swaps in the drifting world, because it seems like a lot of the cars that have become very popular in the drift world end up with an engine swap of some sort. So is that almost a prerequisite for most cars that you're gonna go that route, or is that just kind of an eventuality after you drift the chassis?
I think it just it comes with kind of where you're at in the sport.
Right.
You know, if you're just starting out with a Miata or something like that, you want to get your feet wet. You want to definitely learn how to get the car sideways, get car control and stuff like that. I see it's pretty popular for guys to do an engine swap right away, but I don't think it's always the move. But some cars, I mean, on a track like this, it's very power demanding. This is going to require some of those higher horsepower cars. So switch it to a V8, switch it to an inline six or a big turbo, that's going to help out quite a bit on these bigger, longer, sweeping tracks.
So I guess I would follow it up with what's been a popular choice to swap into the RX-8 in the drift world?
I would see a lot of V8s.
Okay.
Yeah. I've seen quite a few V8s. If guys keep it to the roots, they'll do something like a 13B.
Okay.
Try and stick with that kind of style. But I've seen a lot of V8s and a couple JZs sprinkled throughout.
Interesting. I think the openness of an engine bay. There's one car on a rollback heading down pit lane, which is don't love that, but
not the fastest way around.
No, it is not. So we'll have to get an update on that. Here's another good look at so this was my next discussion. We were talking about engine bays that can fit a whole lot of things. The first gen FRS, BRZ, 86, whatever floats your boat. I have one, and I've left mine basically stock as far as the engine goes. But another car that I think will find a lot of popularity in the drift world, if it's not already there, in maybe 10 years.
Right.
When they get really cheap, because you take the FA20 Subaru sourced engine out of that thing, and it is just a huge playground for all sorts of stuff.
For sure. I think one of the things I really like about that chassis too is it's made to be worked on. When you look at that, I mean, you can disassemble the whole front Corsa Sport. It's bolted in. Like, you don't have to cut any of that stuff. The fender wells are already removable. You can see right through that, so you have tons of space to play with. So for anything time attack, drift related, whatever, it's a super simple car to work on, and you have multiple options.
And there's the change in color of the top running car that I was hoping for, the gray to orange. The Not Fast Motorsports car, Peter Zhang, running in track mod this weekend with a future GLTC build. Not the very much stock looking FRS they normally run. And here is that Michael Ross Smith in the
does look like
395. He didn't go out in the previous session, so he's out now. And a 105.659. Let's see where.
That is quick.
105.659. It is second still, but just behind James Smith.
Just.
Yep.
So there's the battle you were talking about, right?
Exactly.
And he came out and improved that. So right on pace.
It's very, very close, and he's still got a couple minutes in this session to try to eke some more out as well. And the Honda Fit, the venerable Honda Fit. You could do so much with it. And Michael Ross Smith has just wrung the neck of this car all season long, right out to the rumbles.
I've been able to watch him from behind, obviously, because I'm definitely not as fast as he is. So coming in to Watkins Glen, he was telling me about some stuff he had done on a simulator and where he thought he could find some time, tried it in on the track. I thought it was a sketchy maneuver, but it did actually pick him up some time.
Yeah.
So it's pretty crazy that he found a spot on a simulator, stuck with it on the actual track, and gained some time. So it was really cool to watch.
Yeah, I think Sunday Cup is one of those categories that sometimes aggression will pay off because the car is forgiving enough that if you overstep the bounds, you're not doing 150 miles an hour. You've got time to react. But I think the problem is if you overstep the bounds, you can't recover with power.
Correct.
I think that's the realization that a lot of drivers will have with those in particular. But checkered flag is out here for Time Attack Group D. And up next will be Time Attack Group C, and we'll work our way towards the fastest cars of the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship and get more into our points battles that we'll be following all season long. There's especially spicy ones in the street modified category, as well as the top of Falcon Club TR, which has been a topic all year long, but now coming into our penultimate festival tour event, things are really ramping up. We still have a couple rounds left. We've got a club round at Heartland Motorsports Park at the end of August, or end of September rather, and then we've got Willow Springs and then WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So if a driver were to run all of them, they've got lots of rounds left, but most will only run 1 or 2 of the remaining ones, if any. So the championship fights are coming to a close.
And I just love hearing you say that all these different track names that you get to drive.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
Just listen.
I mean, the schedule this season, I'll just run through the festival tour alone. Carolina Motorsports Park, a new venue to us, but a spectacular club racing facility. Watkins Glen International, that was my home track. That's my love.
Personally,
right?
that was my favorite track this year.
I love the Glen. I'm so glad to hear that. GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival at Gingerman Raceway, a staple of the GRIDLIFE community. That place rocks. Then you head off to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, Lime Rock Park, and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So those are the 6 main festival rounds, but besides that, we've also got to visit Road America with GLTC and Time Attack this season, Circuit of the Americas with GLTC, Heartland Park, Willow Springs, New Jersey Motorsports Park, Autobahn Country Club. I mean, these are club tracks and big racetracks from all over the country, and you can kind of pick your own path with what events you want to do. In Time Attack specifically, you just need 4 to have a full point season, and we have 12 opportunities to compete this season. So you'll have to run a third of them to have a shot at a championship.
Unreal. It's so cool. And I try to do that myself, is pick and choose what I wanted to drive, but there's so many. You just can't possibly pick just a few. And the ones that I did pick, I'm very happy with. I really love the Glen. Can't wait to go back there. Definitely want to drive this one next year.
Yeah, this place rocks. And again, Lime Rock Park and the staff and the corner workers and the staff that's up in the timing tower, they make you feel so welcome here, and it really makes it feel special. So the afternoon will continue, and just to update everybody, trackside and here at the racetrack of the schedule for the rest of the day, we're still kind of midway through Track Battle and the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. This will be followed by GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1. That will start off at 4:30, and we will run our split race format in that. So Race B will be at 4:30, and Race A will follow up at 4:50. We'll have Drift and Model 3 Challenge to round out the rest of the afternoon. And tomorrow, it starts at 9 a.m. and doesn't end till 6:30. We've got a long day tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, a long one. Yeah, I got to watch some of the Model 3s out there today, and it is very confusing to watch.
And listen to. And
right.
I had to laugh.
And that's more what I meant. I didn't know they were on track until I heard some tire noise, and I was like, wow, where did that come from?
It is a unique experience, and actually I had to laugh. My mom's here this weekend watching, and she goes, this is kind of my style. It's not so noisy. I kind of giggled at that, but I think everyone has to acknowledge that electric vehicles are a portion of the future of motorsport, and the Model 3 Challenge is a new racing format that is being tried for the first time here this weekend. We'll explain more of that later this afternoon, but it is a really unique and interesting fight that we'll have going on.
Yeah,
so
it's definitely cool to see the plugins here as well. We have an entire station ready to go for these guys, so it's pretty cool. We're definitely moving into something new.
So cars on track now for Group C here in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, and again, we'll pull back up the timing and scoring tower. We're going to start to see things get shifted down as some of the faster cars go. I think, is this Tony Barber in the Tesla Model 3 right now?
That's what it looks like, yeah.
And Tony Barber, let's talk about points and championships and scenarios again, because as in the street category, Tony Barber is leading by 23 points over Eddie Siegel in the number 470 Honda Civic. So there is a pretty fierce fight going on there. There is a whole round of points between Eddie and Tony, and we know Tony is going to be quick, so Eddie's going to have to step up this weekend to eat into that lead.
What does the first place net you as far as points go?
25.
25 points.
If you get the track record, you get 1 extra point as well.
Oh, they just throw that one on top.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
And which doesn't sound like a lot if you're on the podium, because it won't really change your position. But once you get to 5th on down to 20th, each position is separated by 1 point.
Yeah.
So you win that point and you'll step up a position.
I think you should get the amount of points that you've beaten that record by.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
By tenths of a second or by...
Well, by tenths, that could be pretty big. So if you beat it by an entire second, I mean, you got 10 points.
10 points? I like that. That's not a bad idea. But Tony Barber immediately to the top of the board at a 1:09.99. And we'll see what he's done so far this weekend. I hadn't gotten a good look at his lap times so far. I don't know that he has had a lap on track yet in time attack. I think he was focused on Model 3 Challenge earlier today, so hasn't gotten a good lap until now. So he goes to the top.
And I'm not familiar with the setup on his car, so.
Yeah, so basically, again, you can't really do much to the power on these cars, obviously, but suspension and brakes, and I don't think he has any aero, really.
I'd imagine there'd have to be some pretty big-time cooling for these things.
I believe that's part of it for sure. Is Connor Gallagher in this Nissan GTR jumps up to 4th in this session at a 1:09.30.
Looks like everybody's already come out swinging.
Yeah, now the lap times are starting to fall.
Really jumping around. Yeah.
Evan McLaren and Falcon Club TR, he's, I think, 7th in the standings. So this is an important weekend for him as well. But Connor Gallagher's in the Street GT class. And Street GT, one of my favorite classes in GridLife NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. You can't open up the engine. It's bolt-ons only. It's very similar to the Street class rule set. But you can't really open up the engines. You can't engine swap. You can't do anything other than factory aero. So it's a pretty simple rule set, but the real kicker is that your car has to be under $130,000 with inflation-adjusted MSRP. So you have to start under a certain budget, and you can do a couple things, but you can't build it into some crazy time attack car. So Supras, Corvettes, Camaros all end up kind of doing battle here, and Gallagher's got this very unique car in this group, this GTR.
That's very cool, because to me, that's something that, you know, you want to choose the right chassis. You want to choose the right car. You want to be able to have extra for your modifications and stuff like that. What are you going to choose? That's kind of my favorite part of this style class.
It is a pretty interesting battle. So cars working their way around. There's a yellow flag waving, and trying to get an idea of where this is. Is this on the uphill here? Oh, this is on the Paul Newman Straight, so this might be an issue heading up into the uphill area, but a waving yellow flag indicates that there's something to keep your eye out for. Didn't see anything on the uphill, but oh, there's a safety truck there getting ready to get deployed. So I wonder if this will require a black flag or if they'll send a truck to go get somebody.
Could be just a little off and just go rescue him.
Yeah, so we have the ability to get off track at a couple places here with the uphill chicane that we don't use and the West Bend chicane. People can kind of escape if they have a mechanical issue. Obviously, if the car's sitting on the racetrack, we'll have to go extract it and throw a black flag. But all considerations. Tony Barber up into the 59s now.
Wow.
Broke a minute, which is fast for a 4,500-pound car. There's a look at it.
It's getting towed off there.
Yep, I didn't get a great look at it. I think it was that red and white Evo that I don't know by memory, but they're going to tow him off into the cutout there.
That's a convenient spot.
It is. And they will pull him off. Again, I can't remember off the top of my head which car this is, but we'll get an update for you when we can. But looks like just a mechanical. He's putting this is a great look at the chicane here, and this is the chicane that IMSA will use and most of the other groups that run really fast downforce cars. You don't really want to go on the uphill at 120 miles an hour. You'll get airborne, and it'll be a big deal. So they run that chicane, and we're using that outer loop there, the traditional uphill, which was the original course configuration.
I got you. So when you're looking at this, you can't really tell how high up that goes.
Oh, it's immense.
I mean, it's definitely something when you look at it. Yeah, okay, cars can definitely catch air right there. So.
Yeah. There's Evan McLaren in his Acura Integra. A lot of fun to watch him at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course a couple of weeks ago, and I mentioned his points battle in Falcon Club TR. He is 8th in the standings, chasing Jason Wynn in the Dead Boys Racing FRS. Is 3 points behind him and 10 points behind Evan Weeder. So he's got some drivers to do battle with this weekend. I don't know that Kevin View in the 18 is here this weekend, also a silver Integra. But he is just a couple points behind Evan. So
again, another really fun car to drive. Just super cool.
Yeah, really neat vehicle. Lift's going back up on here at West Bend, getting us those high up shots here. I know that the Dead Boys Racing car, the 880 of Jason Wynn, is here. So we'll keep an eye on that battle, which is for 7th in the NOS Energy Track Battle championship standings. And Evan McLaren picks up a 1:06.07.
It was a fun look at that downhill as well, coming into the last corner onto the straight. You watching that through the drone, you can see him kind of drop down that hill. It's very cool.
Yeah. There's Jason Wynn in the 880, who is just ahead of Evan in the standings. But Jason, as far as his run so far here in this session, not quicker than McLaren, who just improved on his best time of the weekend by about 0.4 of a second. And the 404 car, who is nameless right now, that is Ren Scott, which I believe is a team track mod car. It's a Porsche Cayman, just jumped up to a 59.4.
Dropping it fast.
There's the name popping up finally. So a lot of shifting and shuffling happening towards the top of the tower right now. There's a look at that Porsche Cayman. I had a good look at this car earlier on track, and it was cooking. So it was down in a lower group, and now it's gotten promoted up to where it should be, and maybe it needs the next group now.
Yeah, maybe he'll just keep going up through the group. So.
And one of the, I guess the factors in the podium sprint format, the qualifyings are done by class. So you go out all with Sunday Cup or all with Club TR or all with Street GT. In this grouped format, you're going out with a mix of different classes, which in some ways is a detriment because not everyone's kind of in the same headspace as you. Different cars and different classes kind of require different things on the outlap. However, the one positive is that the time difference between the fastest car in a group and the slowest car in a group is probably less than the fastest of a class and the slowest of a class. We've seen that data show, so it kind of makes traffic a little bit easier to deal with.
Yeah.
Despite the different categories on track.
Yeah, and I mean, you're dealing with barely a second, 2 seconds almost maximum between every car out there. But when you're on track, at a small track like that, the traffic can definitely be in your way. So getting yourself out there, seeing that Porsche out front definitely has a little space now. We might see that time drop a little more even.
The 115 car is off at turn 1. Now, on my timing and scoring, the 115 is listed as Z Lin, so Z has gone off. I was thinking it was Ben Lin for a moment, but Ben's driving in GLTC here this weekend.
Yeah, Ben's got the MR2 out here.
He does, which, again, I was talking to Pete Lindbergh about it earlier. That car has a Toyota Camry hybrid 4-cylinder swapped into it and has got like RAV4 axles, and it's kind of a hodgepodge of Toyota tech, which is an interesting build.
And he was telling me about how he switched the cams and made it one big cam. It's, 230 horsepower, very light cars.
Yeah, very unique. Cool. We got a look a moment ago at Nathan Brown, who is in street class. He's not quite gone faster than his best. Mike Calloway there, a little sideways in turn 1.
Coming in hot.
And Mike Calloway, this car has been a lot of fun to watch this season. Best time earlier in the day was a 1:02.034. I have to imagine he's gone quicker than that. And yes, by 0.8 of a second, a 1:01.278 in 12th.
That's a car I don't see very often anymore, that I used to see all the time above high. You know?
Yeah.
Rarely see it anymore.
And they're kind of, I feel like those cars are sought after because it's a popular generation from a visual standpoint.
Yep.
And you just have to wonder how many people are tracking them versus just driving them around.
I feel like the WRX went away for a while and then came back, and that was kind of the first of, hey, it's back.
Right.
And then it's been out since, so it's very cool to see.
Another look at the 514 of Evan McLaren, getting after it into West Bend here. You see him stay off the curbing. We talked about that earlier. You can use the exit rumbles. They're pretty rough, though, and you don't really need to use that extra little bit of track if you nail West Bend and down through the downhill and across the stripe. We'll see if he can pick up any more. His best was a 1:03.38, and it does not look like he will pick up this time around. And the sun is out very aggressively right now, so I have to wonder if the track temps are coming up a little and making this progressively harder throughout the day.
Yeah, I would say they would. From the morning, it's definitely picked up in temperature. Sun is beaming out overhead. The clouds have gone away, so.
Yeah, so something to consider for sure as we work our way here through this session. I'm just playing with some buttons behind the scene to see if there is any other tools I can use to maybe get some context for overall times here for the weekend. But for now, it's just session times. We'll keep you updated on the best battles on the weekend. Somebody just jumped up there. Was that more on the 987 or? Munoz in the 313. Maybe it was Munoz in the S2000. And speaking of Circuit Legend, the Honda S2000 has to land in that category.
Yep.
That car, probably one of Honda's best creations. No longer in production and extremely well balanced. And it's a pretty raw car to drive in a way that while the modern BRZ and FRS or 86 captures some of that lightweight rear-wheel drive magic, it doesn't have the drama that an S2000 has with the high revving engine, and they are extremely popular track cars, and I think they'll continue to be for a long time.
I think as soon as I laid eyes on an S2000, I was like, I want one of those. That's just a beautiful car.
And you can do that for years because the design is so timeless.
It is. It is. It's a very good-looking car.
Here's Nathan Brown off into turn one again, nicely composed into the first corner. And a good look at one of the BMWs on track. Is that M4 or M3? I can't tell. My BMWs are hard to get right.
The newer ones are a little closer together than
they are. So. They are. I don't want to make myself embarrassed. It is the car number 155. So let's see if I can track that down. That's Michael Pagano, and that's a BMW M4. So there we go. Look at using the resources to make sure I don't say it wrong and get roasted by the BMW fans. And that 404 Porsche Cayman on top by 0.4 of a second. I'd have to imagine that car will get shuffled into the higher group next time around. Here he goes again, making a pass on the
M4.
The M4, Michael Pagano's car. You can hear the rumbles as he went over him there. It's just tracking out. And BMW's current M platform cars. Let's talk about those for a second. I think Jackie Ding has done a really good job showcasing what the modern GR Supra can do. And they've moved on, PhD Racing has, from that chassis into the BMW M2. Now, a lot of people said, oh, it's too heavy, it can't really be a good track car. But he showed pretty quickly that car, despite its weight, drives really well. And I guess evidence of that is in Street GT. Jackie Ding is second in the points in that M2 with 89 points to Ido Waxman's 104. And Jackie hasn't done a whole lot to that M2 yet. It's other than tires and a little bit of suspension and brake work, it is stock.
I've had a little bit of time in driving some of these things, and it's just a phenomenal car. When you get in, it's just, yeah, this thing's ready to go. It's one of those that out of the box is going to be a quick car. Just some little modifications and some good driving. You're going to be on top.
And they hide their weight really well, which I think is the critical part, because that M2, I think, was near or north of 4,000 pounds, which is a lot. But if you dial in the car just right and you drive it the right way and you rely on some of the powerful electronics that car has.
Is that magic right
yeah,
there?
it is magic.
Magic is just cruising on his carpet across the grass right there.
Zipping around in front of the race fans, heading back down to us here is the checkered flag with the Sunoco logo. Waves in the wind here for TrackBattle C. And progressing our way to the final run groups here of the NOS Energy TrackBattle Championship before we get into our GridLife Touring Cup for the first time here this weekend. And there's a good look at the car. We're digging out of the runoff there. I should know this car, but I can't off the top of my head. I need the number on the side, and I couldn't get a good look at it. I'm going to hate myself when I discover who it is. Go, oh, of course it is. But a little bit of cleanup here, and we'll be back on track here in just a moment. And we're going to step away for just a moment, and we'll be back with TrackBattle B right after this.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FCP Euro exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcpro.com to learn more.
Did you energize yet today? Time to nos up. Get after it.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Back live from Lime Rock Park and GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends with the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship as we move now into our faster groups here for the Track Battle afternoon. We've got plenty more coming your way, so stick with us as we make our way through the remaining groups. And on track now, there's a great look at James Houghton in the number 330, again all the way from Kitchener, Ontario, running in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup and running a couple different time attack cars. This 330 car should be fast. They've done a lot to it, and it almost made the podium sprint at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. So that car, as you see it heading the uphill, is cooking.
Yeah, you can see coming in between 1 and 2 there, a little bit of rotation on the back of the car. He's coming in hot on those cold tires.
Made his way down the hill now as well. And James, always fun to watch, very aggressive on the track. And heads down the hill now. I'm still behind the scenes here playing with a couple of my tools I have at my disposal to see as James Houghton has jumped, I think, to the top of the Club TR standings.
You can see the times are already pretty quick, even on the outlap here. So we're the 58s already, so really jamming right now.
Yeah, 58.7 is a pretty quick lap time in Club TR. Here's another look at, is that a BMW 1 Series? No, I thought it was a 1 Series for a second with the angle I was looking at it, but.
E46.
All right, so. Again, I got a little bit of glare here. The 146, 632. Ferraro behind the wheel of that car, and not a name I'm familiar with. It's Chris Ferraro at a Ransom Garage for the 2004 BMW M3. We were just talking about the BMW M cars. I think there's the E46 generation in particular, pretty popular choice.
Oh, yeah.
For road cars and race cars. We've seen that a lot more.
As you were talking about timeless with the S2000, it's the same way I feel about the E46 M3. It's just a very beautiful car.
This blue and white BRZ, that's Peter Granberg. The story of Mid-Ohio was Peter Granberg smashed the Falcon Club TR rear-wheel drive record there, went on to qualify for the podium sprint, and then lost. And again, it was another one of those moments where a driver was quickest on the weekend, but not in the podium sprint, so he lost that. And he's also involved in his own championship fight in Falcon Club TR. He is currently in 5th with 67 points, just 2 points behind Fez Bobber in the GR86. So Peter is not very far away from a podium because Stan Feingold, who also runs the GR86, is not here this weekend. So if Peter can beat Fez, he will advance up onto the podium for the year, and hopefully he can stick it out as we make our way to the end of the year. So Peter's going to be fighting hard this weekend to kind of redeem himself after Mid-Ohio.
And right now he's just battling his own times.
Yeah.
So if he can keep those times and drop them a little bit here, then he will be right on top.
The consideration is that James Houghton is also in his class this weekend, and with James running mid-58s, Peter will have to dig down pretty deep to find that extra time.
Running that quick this first couple out laps, I mean, you'd imagine he's definitely going to drop those times. So.
Yeah, his best so far on the weekend was a 59.39, and we'll see if he can jump up into that mix before the day is over. So cars continue to circulate here. 275. Devin Hoffman is back in her number 145 Subaru, and I think this car was here last year. Didn't get a look at. Is that the 275? It is. Mahadio in the 1997 Civic. Stephen Mahadio up to 3rd place overall in the session, but quickest of the track mod cars that we've seen so far. I imagine he'll get knocked down the order a little bit more as some other track mod cars come across, like this one. This is Andrew DeKonig, who won pretty decisively at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Crazy fast car, this one in particular. Sorry, this is Igor Kesselov. I misspoke there. There is another very similar car. I think DeKonig's is a Model S, but Igor's is a Model 3 from RPM Motorsport. And that car, with the wing on it especially, should be pretty good. Now, we saw a lot of Teslas that didn't have aero.
Yep.
Now you start adding aero, again, to a pretty heavy car. But with the balance and performance these cars extract, little aero's not going to hurt.
Yeah, I would imagine everything's going to help, even though you have all that weight to kind of hold you planted anyway. But, yeah, a little bit of aero. I mean, what else can you do to that car?
Just not much.
Suspension and aero.
Suspension and brakes, and that's you can't do much else. Mahadio on the 275 up to the top at a 58.4. These are getting pretty quick times now.
That was a big drop. That was a big drop right there. Almost 0.4 of a second, was it?
And one of the things while we're talking about Time Attack and Sunday Cup, while Mario Moroni jumps up to 59.5, we'll talk about him in a little while. The other thing I want to mention is that FCP Euro this weekend is building a Sunday Cup car in the paddock right now. And if you're here at the racetrack and up on the hillside and want to check out the active construction of a Sunday Cup car, you can head on down to the FCP Euro tent, which is just at the bottom of the hill in the paddock, and watch it get put together. And it will be on track by the end of the weekend.
You're going to have to excuse me. I'm going to have to go leave and probably help drive that thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a cool thing that they're doing here this weekend. Brought the car in basically stock, and throughout the weekend they're adding parts and components to it, and they'll show the progression of the car throughout the weekend. A really cool, unique thing that FCP Euro is doing in support of this event.
I think it's cool
really
to show as well what can be done to a car just to compete in something like this.
Right.
I don't think many people know that you can go in something that's very base level, and this is going to take them a couple days to do, right? And you're going to have something you could compete in the entire season. And
right.
I think it's a really great form of racing to get into if you're getting into racing. Get something like that. Start small. Work your way into it. And you don't have to do some crazy mods. It's not a crazy budget. So.
Right. And a great way to learn and ask questions, too, while they're putting this together. If you have any interest at all in competing or building a car for track use, FCP Euro is a great resource. And, of course, FCP Euro provides OEM parts for a lot of European vehicles. So they've got some of the best customer service in the industry, and just a great place to go. If you have a European car that is your basis for a build, they are the go-to. If you're not buying FCP Euro parts, you probably don't know about it, because you would be if you did. But here's Devin Hoffman again, the 145 Subaru. She's letting on by now the 727 of Mario Moroni in the Civic that just went by. Now, Mario I wanted to mention because he is locked in a fierce fight for the lead in Falcon Club TR, along with Evan Weeder, who's coming into the shot here as well. There's Evan. So Evan Weeder is down in 6th in the standings, but Mario Moroni, who's behind him, is second to Dana Basinski by 1 point. And Dana Baczynski is here this weekend, which he wasn't when Mario was at Mid-Ohio, and Mario won. So Mario has closed the gap to Dana, and now they're both head-to-head at the same event. This is critical because in the points system for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, if a driver has a tie with another competitor, the first tiebreaker is how many wins you had head-to-head with that competitor.
Oh, wow.
So this is one of those events that if Mario and Dana have a tie, this is one of those events that will be looked at. So that'll be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, we're going to see some extra out of both of those drivers, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I think Mario in particular, he is quick and he is aggressive, but he's still in Group B. And when we talk about where Dana's going to be, he'll be in Group A. So that implies that Dana's going to be a little quicker, but we've seen Mario dig deep and get a lot of time. There he is again. He has put on display a couple times this season, a little overdriving as well. He's had a couple spins and slides, but because he's trying to extract the most out of a 30-year-old Honda chassis, and he's doing a great job with it.
Yeah, and you're not going to know the limits until you push it past it, so.
Certainly not, and Mario at Mid-Ohio just put on an exceptional display there. Did a great job. And qualified into the podium sprint at the last minute. One car just went straight at the end of the front straight.
I don't know if he took the notes from back when they built the track, but that's, that's where they stopped.
It's not the layout anymore,
yeah.
Or it never was,
Incorrect.
but maybe a mechanical issue, and they just decided to go straight instead of continuing and holding up the session.
Yeah, very courteous.
Really courteous.
And back on track.
And that is Eddie Siegel in the 470. And talking about championship fights again, I told you we're going to talk a lot about points. Eddie Siegel, second in the standings by 23 points to Tony Barber. So Tony right now on the timing and scoring as far as his best lap of the weekend. We saw him jump up into the 58s earlier. Sorry, 59s, 59.865. And the 470s at a 1:0.5.
Check out our time here, too. We're 58.17 right now. We're about to break into 57s. So.
And we will see that.
For sure.
But I just think the Eddie Siegel and the Tony Barber battle could be a lot of fun this weekend. Front-wheel drive Honda Civic versus the all-wheel drive Tesla that Tony's got. And head-to-head, I think Tony's been the one that's been dominant when the two pair up. But this racetrack's pretty different. And I don't think having a front-wheel drive car here is as big of a disadvantage as it might be other places.
How wild is it, though? You know, you have such different platforms that you're driving with and keeping such a tight base with each other.
I think it says a lot about the rule set in street. There's certainly a lot of different paths you can take. But street class in the past was kind of dominated by all-wheel drive turbo cars. And now we've seen some front-wheel drive competition there. The Teslas, the Tesla Model 3 drops into that class pretty easily. So definitely there's a bit of a changing of the guard there in a way that we hadn't seen. And even in street mod, we saw our first front-wheel drive street mod victory since 2017 at Watkins Glen because of the rain. Now you're going, well, you know, I can't believe that scenario wouldn't have happened before. It's because of the new format. Before, if it rained, you didn't have to go on the racetrack. You had one dry session, that would be your fast lap for the weekend. But with the podium sprint, everyone had to run in the rain, and that gave a front-wheel drive car an advantage over all the rear-wheel drive cars.
For sure.
So that really mixes up the cars that can compete and participate. This is a car from FCP Euro that we have to talk about, and I'm going to.
It is beautiful. I love it.
I'd expect to see this car in the Legends Shootout tomorrow afternoon, but this is a Mercedes 190E that has been basically reimagined and built to fit a very specific goal here. But this is a high-output 2-liter M133 from the Mercedes-Benz GLA CLA 45 AMG under the hood, which was the most powerful factory-produced 4-cylinder engine when it released. So it continues to run with a direct injection system with a small turbocharger, and it makes about 375 horsepower in stock trim, and makes about identical figures to the original 190E Evo engine that competed in the 1980s. So there's a little bit of tidbits. I'm just reading off my cheat sheet here.
This is one of those cars that you used to see in you know, little clips of the two tires hanging off and just on two wheels, like beautiful looking car. I love watching these older cars out on track, but reimagined, competing with newer vehicles out. And I mean, putting out some pretty good times.
I draw a lot of parallel to this build to something like Eric Cattill's, where it's a vision of a past class or past vehicle that competed at some championship across the world, and somebody or a group had a vision to build a car that replicated that in some way, but with modern adjustments. And Eric Cattill and GLTC did that with the JTCC Civic build. This 190E that FCP Euro has put together is another example of that. I just think that concept is so cool to me, just modernizing the European or Japanese classics that we kind of all grew up watching.
Yeah, and it's good to see how, I mean, this car looks pristine when you walk up to it. It is beautiful. It looks like it's in the car show, but he's out here on track, beating it down and throwing down good times.
And that car was here last year only in a show capacity, and now it is on track competing. And Nate Vincent has driven it a couple of times this season, had passengers in it yesterday. I asked, because there's so little gap between the wheel and the fenders, I asked him, is it fender rubbing? He's on the uphill a little bit, but you just drive through it. I just thought it was so cool. But we saw it at Watkins Glen as well, and he was running alongside Bill Washburn, who has a gorgeous green 1980s BMW that we'll see on track later this weekend as well. And at Watkins Glen, I think it was Chris Sullivan, one of our staff photographers, that had a black and white photo of those two cars together coming out of the boot at Watkins Glen with the Armco and everything. It was one of the most spectacular motorsports photographs from the year, I think.
And feels just like a different era.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
That wasn't taken this year.
No.
Of course it was.
The only thing that would give it away was the GRIDLIFE door cards on the side. GRIDLIFE certainly wasn't around in the 80s, but a lot of the inspiration and the people that were inspired to create and participate in GRIDLIFE were, and that carries a lot of weight.
I think it's cool that this was, you know, in the show last year. Now it is actually driving on track, and I feel like a lot of people who come watch this today, I mean, they're possibly going to be out on track next season. You know, this is something you watch and you can enjoy, and you want to end up on track. This is the way to do it.
We're almost to the final session here for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, and just after will be followed by our first GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race of the weekend. And race fans, you're getting treated to 2 races in one day, not because of our normal 4-race format, but because we're splitting up race 1 into 2 groups because of the size of the field. So that is a very new thing that we're going to try this afternoon. So we're going to get 2 races for the price of 1. So when you see about 17 cars out there, there's another 20 that will come after that in a separate race. So just hang tight. GLTC is up next after the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. Group A, which is our last group here before we move on to the tail end of the day with GLTC, a drift session, and then a Model 3 Challenge qualifying. So this has been fun so far. Here's a look at some of the fastest cars we've got here this weekend. There is some of our buddies in some of the fastest cars you're going to see. Now there is a few cars out here that will require some explanation. One of them is Sasha Anis's Nissan 350Z. Do you know the story of this car?
I do not.
So there is a red 350Z that I think is rolling out right now, and it is a hybrid power plant. I believe the motor in it, you see it, there it is right at the front of the field there. The gas engine is, I believe, out of a Nissan GTR, and then it has a hybrid powertrain system that uses electric motors from a Formula E car. And so it's all that paired together creates a whole bunch of horsepower, and this thing is so fast. So I can't wait to watch it at full speed. I saw it trackside earlier this morning, and I get to watch it on stream again. It was painted silver last year, but now it's red and easy to see. And
sounds similar to what they were trying to do with the new NSX, right?
Yeah, similar, but just turned up to 11.
Turn it all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's one of the cars we're going to see on track here shortly. That's Sasha Anis. And warming up the tires, getting prepped for it. This is like the Jaws music playing in the background now as he's getting set to go. Chris Boersma is out here as well, the number 33 Honda Civic, which is a 700 horsepower front-wheel drive Honda Civic with the boost turned all the way up at least. And Chris finished second, I believe, at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course last time out in the podium sprint. So he's back with us again here this week. And Dana Basinski in the orange BRZ. That's our Club TR leader that is playing defense for Mario Moroni here this weekend. So a lot of different storylines. Here's Sasha Anis in the 350Z, the hybrid 350Z down the front straightaway. Wow, wow. Just watch this. I just got to listen to this for a lap.
That sounds phenomenal.
Oh, man, that sounds so cool.
It's unbelievable, yeah. It's a really good look, too.
I think, you know, this year one of the awesome improvements we've had is the trackside audio this year. And we get to experience this car in an auditory sense that we didn't last year. And it's such a neat build. So heading down the hill here is Sasha Anise in the 350Z. Little drop of the tire there at 7.
Drop.
And no question, top of the board, but there it is, a 52.868. What an unbelievable lap time.
Using all of the track, though. You're definitely using all of the track.
Grant Walker at a 55.381. These laps are not playing around. Kyle McHugh in street mod at a 57.5. Cal Fortner at a 57.9. Almec at a 58.4. Look at the top 10 just shifting and shuffling.
Just dropping them just immediately. First lap out.
These are the fastest, some of the fastest time attack cars in North America. James Houghton again at a 57.1, playing double duty, triple duty actually. Steve Luca
dropping in.
There's Borisma again in the number 33 track mod car. He's also battling for a championship and chasing down Jason Kanakri. And Jason, Dan, to fill you in, ran a McLaren 720S all year last year, all year this year. Blew it up at Road America.
Oh, wow.
And in a big way. And then he got out his M3 as a backup car to play in track mod and had another catastrophic mechanical issue at Mid-Ohio, and he's out of cars. And
just ran out.
Yeah, so I guess at this point, I don't really know what the rest of the season looks like as we get a look at Grant Walker's, what's left of his Miata here. But Jason's leading with 89 points. Chris Boersma, if he wins this weekend, that would put him at 84 points. So that would close him
right
in.
now with a 54.7. So
yeah, he's in a pretty good spot. I don't know that there's another track mod car that maybe Andrew DeKonig in the Tesla, if he decides to run, could be a competitor. Will I Young, by the way, back with us in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. It's the car at number 713. It's an Acura RSX. Will has broken many track records in grid life in the past. I'm not sure that car is quite capable of doing it like his Honda Civic was a couple years ago, but he's going to give it everything he's got in the unlimited category.
You check it out. We dropped a little bit more with a 51.
A 51.357 is the fastest lap that has ever been run at a GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. So that is a new GRIDLIFE overall track record, as we've got a black flag on track, which is not awesome to see. And that will pause this session. There's Sasha Anise rolling by now. But the winning lap from last year, I think, was a mid-52.
So he's looking for that extra point.
Yeah, he's got it right now.
I say we give him 10.
And there's a safety truck rolling and trying to. Is there someone off in the ditch over there? Driving around. And that's a strange place to go off, actually.
Check out that Bentley. It's pretty cool.
It is cool. They actually had a competition to name the Aston Martin safety car, which is cool.
Did they figure it out?
I think so. I can't remember what they decided on. It was like Safety McSafe Face or something like that. No, seriously, it was something kind of silly. I don't see what's going on over here.
Oh, way off there.
Who is that? I can't really get a good look at it. But there is a car in the trees. Driver is out, which is great to see. Is it a Supra? I think it is. Is that Kyle McHugh? Huh. It's a silver Supra, but I saw some blue on it that I don't recognize. So we'll have to get an update on that for you. But that is a long way to go.
It is an A90. Yeah.
Yep, it is. It's PhD Racing's Kyle McHugh, who is in the trees over there at the exit of turn number 2. And Kyle is out of the car, which is great to see. But the grass is wet. He must have just slid all the way over there, Dan?
Yeah, I guess for those of you that don't know, if you hit the grass, it almost feels like you're speeding up.
Well, I think
there's nothing the brakes can do. So
I think a lot of the fans on the hillside here would have seen that because they have a great perspective of it. Of course, if we're not looking at it, we can't see it from our perspective. So. But the rollback is going to go over there. This will likely end this session, but we'll keep coverage on it for now. But Sasha Anise, again, just to highlight that lap at a 51.357. That is an incredibly quick lap. Now, I should remind people that all these cars here that are in the Unlimited category started life with a VIN number production car. That is a rule in Unlimited. Super Unlimited, you can basically build whatever you want. But the reason I mention that is because it is a 51-second lap, which is pretty crazy fast. However, the fastest lap ever run here at Lime Rock Park is 6 seconds faster than that.
That is incredible.
45.105, which was run by Juan Manuel Fangio in a Eagle Mark III Toyota, I believe, which was an IMSA GTP car back in 1993. We're going to step away and do a quick ad break here, and we'll be back with GridLife Touring Cup potentially, or the continuation of NOS Energy Track Battle, whichever comes first. We'll see you on the other side.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FCP Euro exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcpeuro.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Green flag flies, and we're racing in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Side by side. Down the inside, 3 wide into 4. Huge mess. Look at them. 5 cars on top of each other under a blanket. You can't see these 2 cars race against each other anywhere else.
GRIDLIFE Touring Cup action at its best, folks. How do you like this?
The classic North American road course of Lime Rock Park was built in 1953, and decades later it continues to host some of the best racing in North American motorsports. This weekend it hosts GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, a celebration of modern grassroots racing and modern tuning culture. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Live. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Pete Lindbergh. Pete, we've got a race coming up here for our GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race, but this is a new rules format that we're using here this weekend. We are splitting the field in half based on qualifying, and we're running the latter half of the field first in their own race, following with the top 20 qualifiers that will race in their own race 1. So this is race 1, but it is split into 2 different races.
Yes, and this is really awesome because it's allowing more people to be here this weekend running GLTC, and it is actually, I believe it's expanding our points field just a little bit more as well.
Yeah, so we'll get into that here in just a moment's time. But of course, the GRIDLIFE Live is powered by Hyundai N. Hyundai N, never just drive. And Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE TrackBattle. We'll get into the point scenario here in just a moment, but let's take a look at our Hyundai N track preview and get a look at this 1.5-mile racetrack, the 7 turns that make up Lime Rock Park. It all begins with a run down to turn number 1. They call that Big Bend here. This has a kind of European-style naming convention with the corners being named rather than numbered. And that's something that you see a lot in England in particular. But here's a look at our Hyundai N track preview. And it all starts with a run down the front straightaway off into Big Bend, which is turns 1 and 2. You have to get down a couple of gears, swing through a double apex right-hander, then into the left-hander at turn 3, Pete. That sets you up for turn 4 onto the Paul Newman Straight, recently named, but it's kind of a wiggle-waggle down the backstretch towards the uphill at 5.
Yeah, and coming up the uphill, up through 6 and then down through 7. Foot in the floor, hanging on for dear life, hoping it stays on the track.
Yeah, the uphill at turn 5, an iconic corner here at Lime Rock. Then West Bend, which is turn number 6. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. And then turn number 7, that's called the downhill. So the whole lap is as follows. It's just the Big Bend, left-hander, right-hander, the Paul Newman Straight, the uphill, West Bend, the downhill, and then, of course, the front straight is the Sam Posey Straight. So that's your lap here at Lime Rock Park. That's what it looks like. And in just a moment, we're going to go racing for about 12 to 15 minutes, followed by another 12 to 15-minute race. All right, you mentioned the points. Let's talk about that for a moment. Every GLTC race has points on the line for everyone from 1st down to 19th place. It's 25, 21, 18, 16, 15, and then so on and so forth down to 20th. That is how Race A is going to be given points, but Race B, which is coming up first, is all points are only awarded to the top 3. It goes 3, 2, 1, just like qualifying, where Tom O'Gorman and I think it's Matan Rosenberg.
I thought it was Luke McGrew.
Or sorry, Luke McGrew, and then it was the 90 of Matt Waldbaum. Those guys got 3, 2, and 1 points, respectively, as well as rewards weight for their qualifying efforts. There's a great look here at the paddock at Lime Rock Park. It is packed full, and we expect this weekend to be really fun, especially tomorrow with a lot of spectators expected to line up that hill. It's going to be a blast. So hang with us here for a couple minutes. We're on a slight delay because of an off in the time attack session a few minutes ago, but once we take to the racetrack, we will have 2 races on tap for you this afternoon, Pete.
All right.
And the weather has been absolutely gorgeous here this weekend. I think we got treated to a little bit of overnight and morning rain, which is why you see some of the grass areas at the outside of the left-hander there pretty soaked and wet. And I think that will also lead to the condition we saw in time attack, which is you get off course and you just go straight for a long time. So the goal here in GLTC, for those that aren't familiar with the format and with the race group, is keep it on the black stuff and keep your fenders away from each other. We're all buddies here in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, and what that means is this is not a contact sport. There's a lot of club racing. I don't really want to single out any club racing, but there's a lot of racing in general that you can lean on a guy and push and shove and trade paint, but that's not how we do it here, because bodywork, Pete, when you build your own car, is not a lot of fun.
No, and it's a zero contact. Zero tolerance in contact here in GLTC, and anytime there is contact, it goes into our race review. So, here we are rolling off.
All right, so cars are rolling. We will have 2 full pace laps behind this very special pace car. And Pete, we had this one here last year. This is a Paul Newman car, but it is a real pace car, real safety car that was used by IndyCar at a couple of Grand Prix in the late 1990s. It is a very beautiful, unique pace car. We're going to have a lot of those all weekend long. So as the field rolls around, enjoy the sights of a very 1990s Toyota Supra leading the field. It is really, really unique stuff.
Absolutely.
Let's run down our starting grid for Race 1B. This is, of course, drivers that were 21st on down from qualifying, but here is how they will start for this race. On pole, Kevin Zhu in the number 243. He finished second in race 4 at Watkins Glen, so he is absolutely capable of winning this. He'll start right alongside Eric Meadows in the number 2.
On the second row, we've got Alex Moss in the 3rd position alongside Hans Horpendahl.
Hans Horpendahl starting in 4th in that number 77. It's row 3, Thomas Moss in the number 515 out of Pennsylvania. Justin Lee starts 6th in the number 33.
On the 4th row, we've got Tyler Pappas and Patrick Huxley.
A newcomer to GLTC this week. Ben Morowski in the number 81 starts in 9th. Don Louis starts in 10th in the number 363.
On the 6th row, we've got Dai Wynn making the trip all the way up from Texas alongside Bob Dice.
Yeah, Bob Dice making only a 2nd start for the season, I believe. Richard Sawicki starts 13th, and Ben Lynn in the number 104, the Valvoline and Advanced Auto Parts Toyota MR2 starts 14th.
Starting in 15th, we've got Jose Santa Cruz, and in 16th, Nathan Manning.
And then it's David Rudzinski in the number 51, the S10 pickup truck starts in 17th place for this race. So that is your starting grid here for our first of 4 races here this weekend. Again, race 1B and 1A essentially are one race, just in separate moments for the field here. So when 1B is done, we'll move on to the 1A group, and that is the major points paying competition here this afternoon. As we get set to go racing, we'll get one more pace lap before we turn them loose and look at the sights and sounds of Lime Rock Park. What a treat.
Absolutely. The luscious green grass, the rolling hills and mountains around us with the Appalachian Trail just up. And you can actually see the track from the Appalachian Trail for a brief moment of time.
So the field warming up their tires. Kevin Zhu, let's talk about him for a second. This car ran with us last season here and ran up in the top 10. He split the seat with DJ Alessandrini. This is a very simple car, this Honda Civic. It is a 2009, I believe, but it's just a Honda Civic SI. It's got the K20 in it that you'd expect to find in that car, and there's some suspension and aero and some other things done to it, but for all intents and purposes, this is a pretty simple GLTC build. Now, is it at the limit of the rule set? Probably not, but Kevin is able to extract a lot out of this car, and we saw that on display in the rain at Watkins Glen when he was the pole sitter on the invert race, which was race 4, and he only lost to Luke McGrew, and he was hounding him the entire time. So I bet Kevin Zhu is going to be tough to beat, but one thing I am noticing is no Eric Meadows on the front row like we expected, so Alex Moss will line up on the outside of that row.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Meadows isn't out there. It's concerning. Seeing a C5 drop. So, yeah, having Meadows moving up to that second row.
Yeah, so an interesting situation there. I wonder if Eric had a mechanical that we didn't hear about or know about, but the lights are off on the pace car, and Pete, you know what that means? We're going racing in GridLife Touring Cup. Race fans, if you're here at the racetrack in your shaded spot, get up on your feet, get to that Jumbotron, get trackside, because we are about to go racing for the first time this weekend in GridLife Touring Cup. This Power to Weight Racing Series, this is the second to last weekend in 2023. The points battles are well underway, but we're going to fight a midfield fight here up at the front with this new race format. Race 1B is about to get underway. The pace car is going to make the turn onto pit lane. There it goes. And coming this time through, we're about to go racing. When that green flag flies, off into Big Bend they will go. 17 cars in race 1B. Green flag flies, and we're racing at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. A great start from Hans Horpendahl. Down to the inside, we're 3 wide. Here they come into the first corner. Kevin Zhu is in the middle. Alex Moss drops back 1 spot. Hans to the inside, wants to lead away. Moss to the rear bumper of Zhu as they make their way through Big Bend, Pete.
Here we go. Hans pulling ahead. We still have a Zoo on the inside. Is he going to be able to do something here through Little Bend?
Oh, side by side still Tyler Pappas bobbling and wobbling and weaving in the 24 car behind. Hans Horpedal still side by side through the right-hander up onto the backstretch, Pete. What a great start by Hans Horpedal.
Doing a great job showing what makes GLTC. Everybody giving themselves room, giving their competitors room, as we are seeing some fantastic racing here.
Through the uphill for the first time, Hans Horpedal leads the way. Kevin Zhu drops a second. Tyler Pappas wants second place away into West Bend now. This is not really a passing opportunity. You kind of have to follow single file through here. Bit of a wobble. Tyler Pappas drops a tire.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier during qualifying, he picked that curb up on the inside of West Bend.
He did. Now down the front straightaway. Lap 1 is complete. And Hans Horpedal leads, but not by much. Kevin Zhu closes the gap. Some passing in the background, I see, down the front stretch there. Defensive line from Morosky and the Mini Cooper, but into turn 1. Hans under fire from Kevin Zhu again.
Zhu coming in hard on the brakes. Hans pulling out a little bit of a lead again, and here we are.
And there's Thomas Moss in the 515, the MX-5 just behind him. One of our newcomers, I believe, but Tyler Pappas, a hometown driver, sort of. He's from New Jersey, so this is kind of a home event for him. He's got Alex Moss right behind him. Alex, an extremely experienced time attack driver, has picked up some GLTC action in this S2000. It's not quite prepped all the way to the limit of the rules, but Alex extracting quite a bit out of it. And Pete, we're going to have a battle for the lead because Hans is not driving away from Kevin. We're back to the front here again through West Bend.
This top 4 is all sticking together. Hans can't leave Zhu behind, and they can't leave 3rd and 4th behind.
They head down the hill and complete the next lap here as they continue to work their way around. And off into turn 1. Look at that pass to the inside. Ben Borowski held up, nowhere to go.
Moss doing a great job there.
And now through turn 3 again. The lead gap is only about a car length and a half here. Alex Moss, Tyler Pappas. So Pappas got around Moss, or vice versa rather. Moss up to 3rd. And now they're going to head up to the uphill once again. And if Zhu can hound Horpedal for long enough, I wonder if Hans's car will get a little greasier throughout this race and lose some rear grip. Kevin's going to not lose rear grip because he's in that front-wheel drive car. All the work is being done by the front tires. So he's got that to lean on.
Yeah, and Zhu is strong. Zhu is currently showing stronger through turn 1, so it's going to be curious to see if he's got. It looks like he's got a good run here down the hill and onto the Sam Posey straight. Is he going to make a move here in the Big Bend?
Look at the size difference between those two cars. The Civic so much taller. Alex Moss, best lap of the race. Don Louis picks up his lap time. So does Thomas Moss. But S2000 versus Honda Civic, we've seen this battle many times before.
Yes, we have.
But remember that there are points on the line here in this race, 3, 2, and 1 for the top 3 drivers. So this is technically a race for what would be 21st in the full race, but you get points for it, and those can count. And that's a big deal on the end of the weekend, especially considering the top 5 of these drivers will advance into the top group if we continue to run this format tomorrow as well. There's a relegation and promotion process for those at the bottom of A and the top of B, so that's something to consider as well.
That's fantastic. And it looks like Moss, Zhu, and Hans are all starting to leave Pappas behind. Yep.
Here we go. Kevin Zhu pops out of line, looks to the inside of Hans Horpedal. Battle for the lead here in 1B. At Circuit Legends, Kevin Zhu later on the brakes, leans on him into Big Bend. Little slide there. Hans throttles up, tries to carry speed on the outside. And here comes Alex Moss behind both of them. Battle for the lead still through Big Bend. Now into the left-hander. Hans will have the advantage here, Pete, but this is excellent racing for the top spot.
Zhu's doing a great job, but Moss wants in on this battle.
Oh, he's going to get shuffled out through the right-hander now. He'll have to give it up. Pretty single-file line through the right-hander. But Zhu's offense now became defense because Moss didn't let him have it. He had to fight for second, and he lost that lead again. He was so close to stealing it back.
Yeah, giving Hans an advantage now. So now it's Hans up by himself with Zhu and Moss fighting.
Zhu's offline there through West Bend, Pete. He just missed the apex, and that's going to leave Alex Moss to the inside. A pass in the downhill for Alex Moss. Big aggressive move to the inside, and he bailed out of it. Kevin Zhu stays second, but look at all the ground they lost, Pete.
Yeah, Hans is in the process of checking out.
And this is one of those moments where if you're Kevin Zhu, you got to be frustrated, right? You had the opportunity to steal the lead away, but because you had to play defense for a corner or 3, it let the leader get away. So the goal now shifts almost to a time attack competition where you have to run the best laps that you can run to track that leader back down. But if Hans is perfect, he can maintain that gap.
Yeah, and this has brought Pappas back into the battle with Moss. So he's right back up with him. So see if he can challenge Moss, or if Moss and Zhu start to pull back away again. And
I wonder if Kevin Zhu with some clear racetrack can find some more pace on his own without the distraction of a car ahead of you that you're kind of subconsciously following. You try not to target fixate, but it's hard, especially when you're trying to look through the car ahead of you to see where the corner is.
Super difficult. So having the space that he does is going to allow him, hopefully, to run his best laps, maybe give him a chance at running Hans down, but I don't know. That gap looks larger than it was the prior lap.
Let's see what the difference is. It was 1.7 seconds last time, and this time across the stripe, 1.5. It was a 2/10 gain. Okay. But again, the timer here, we could run a little shorter than the time that's remaining on the timing and scoring tower, so we have to factor in any lap could be the white flag. Big lunge there by the 65 of Eric Thompson into turn 1, past Thomas Moss. Thompson, another local driver. And that was a big move. He completed the pass.
It was. And it's such a cool car, too. I love this Celica.
It's a unique car. Eric was here with us last season, I think in a different car. Whoa, Tyler Pappas slow. Does he have a problem? He must.
Yeah.
Tyler Pappas is off pace and slow, leaving the right-hander. He was 4th, Pete, and that's going to hurt a bunch.
It is. So, and I question if he's going to try and find a way to cut off, because he's not just off pace. He looks dead. He's out of gas.
Yeah,
out of gusto.
Yeah, it looks like the drive just stopped moving in that BMW. He used that on the Pikes Peak hill climb this year as well. Not in the GLTC trim. It was running full power. And all right, across the stripe, let's see. Didn't see a white flag that time through, but the gap is smaller still, 1.2 seconds. So Zhu is reeling Hans back down. The question is, does he have time to get him back all the way? That's going to be hard.
Definitely. Moss is still up there with him, but it looks like Zhu's keeping him at bay. And now we've got a new battle with Thompson and Moss in 4th and 5th.
Yeah, and Ben Lynn also fighting with the 81 Corteco car. There it is. And Don Louis in the 363 just ahead. This is a battle for 6th.
Yep.
It's raging on right now, deeper in the field. What a great battle we've had, though, and that you see how critical it is to not get distracted like Zhu and Moss did for a moment and let Hans drive away. Hans is getting run back down, but every lap, every moment here is absolutely critical, and you can't afford to give up a 1/10 or 2 of a second, let alone a 1/2 a second or more.
No, we get a lot of laps here with how short that they are, but every mistake is just that much more critical.
Down the hill through the downhill of all places. Eric Thompson, another lap improvement, and there's your lead gap.
Zhu losing a little bit, 3/10 on that lap to Hans Horpendahl.
Yeah, I wonder if he's pushing a little too hard to try to make up some time when he can't really extract a whole lot more speed out of that car. But we know they're so close. Here's Ben Lynn down the inside of Bob Dyson to turn 1. Great move there from the 104 in the Toyota MR2. The Civic slots in behind Richard Sawicki in the 528 into the mix. This is a battle for 8th place.
This is fantastic. And it's what makes GLTC so special.
This is a mid-engine rear drive car, a front-engine front drive car, a front-engine rear drive car, all battling together. Very different philosophies on how to go fast. Some builds old, some builds new. Ben Lynn's car is only its 2nd event at the racetrack.
Ben Lynn with no aero. I think Bob doesn't have any front aero.
Yep.
And I think Richard's got both.
I think he does. Kevin Zhu picked up another 10th on Hans, but it's going to have to be more than that, Pete, I fear. We're running low on time almost certainly. As Lynn leads Deist on the downhill now. And there's that lead battle. You see Kevin kind of arcing into the left-hander a little more.
Yep.
And Moss able to stay slightly tighter through turn 3.
Yeah, and Moss is starting to fall back just a hair.
Ben Lynn on
the outside.
On defense into turn 1. Bob Dice tucks back in behind, slide! Whoa, Ben Lynn, big bobble in the MR2, gathers it up, and he continues, but that was a big handful of steering lock to try to hold that MR2 straight. He is under pressure from Bob Dice.
Yes, he is. And he had a little bobble earlier, but he has been doing a great job this weekend. and his first weekend at Mid-Ohio 2 weeks ago.
I'm just impressed he was able to hang on to it and not lose the spot. That's the more impressive part to me.
Absolutely.
Ooh, we hear the revs climb over the hill.
Yep.
Eric Thompson, another quick lap as Kevin Zhu lost some more ground that last time by.
Yep.
And now really facing the most pressure from Alex Moss in the 150, who is sharing that car with Andy Smedegaard here this weekend.
Yeah.
But great fight for second place, as Bob Dice did pass Ben Lynn there coming to the stripe last time around. So change the 8th place to the 618 and throw the 104 down to 9th. Through the trees here at Lime Rock into West Bend. Kevin throwing the car in there again. And Alex was a little out of sorts there too.
Yes. Tires are hot. Everything's loose. They're trying to manage, but I think Hans is about to check out.
Yeah, still no white flags, so we still get to keep racing, which is great. This race is going longer than I thought it was going to go, which is all good news. Yep. We continue to race for now.
And that's a full 2 seconds now for Zhu behind.
Trouble for the 51. David Rudzinski off at Big Bend. And he's going to try to limp it off course.
Yeah, but he's in mud and water. I question if he's going to get stuck there, and we are going to end under caution.
Well, I wonder if they'll just give him the white and let him finish and cover it with a local. But the problem is that will be a yellow at turn 1, which a local yellow at turn 1, which would prevent that from being a passing opportunity. And it is kind of the passing opportunity here, so that's not going to make things any easier.
No.
But through the uphill we roll as the timer ticks down. I'd expect a white or a yellow relatively shortly, and that would bring an end to this race. It has been a thrilling one so far, and we're not even half done. I mean, we've still got a whole other race to go. Look at Ben Lynn going back at it with Sawicki here.
Sawicki's trying to pressure him. Ben has got a car. The back end of that car is really loose. Oh, and we've got
there's the white.
There's the white. One of the Reds cars pulling in.
Yeah, so 1 lap to go for Kevin Zhu. He's lost some ground to Hans Horpedal now.
And Moss has closed up the gap. Moss is only a half second behind now.
Just don't know if he's going to be able to do anything with it on this final lap. But the leader's in traffic. That's a consideration as well. Hans working his way through the field.
Yeah.
Is it Nathan Manning? I think it is the 860 of Nathan Manning. And into the uphill for the final time. A thrilling race 1B. A battle with Hans Horpedal, Kevin Zhu, and Alex Moss. That'll be one for the ages. That was excellent stuff. Hans Horpedal has 2 corners left to go. And while this won't count in the official wins column, it is a win nonetheless. And Ben Lynn's car stuck at the downhill, but it doesn't matter.
And he's smoking too.
Yep, but the Sunoco checkered flag comes out, and Hans Horpedal wins race 1B at Lime Rock Park. We'll end with a variety of cars around the racetrack. Kevin Zhu 2nd, Alex Moss 3rd. Eric Thompson grabs a 4th, and it should be Thomas Moss that should come home in 5th place.
Yes.
So Hans Horpedal with a win in this race. If we continue to do the 2-race format tomorrow, he would advance into the main group. Otherwise, we're going to combine everybody back together anyway. But there's Ben Lynn stuck at the downhill corner, turn 7. Did a good job pulling to the inside apex, which is better than the outside, obviously. But
absolutely. Over on the inside apex, he is not completely out of danger, but out of a lot more of it.
So that is the end of race 1B. That was fun. I can't wait to do it all over again here in just a moment's time.
This is a great representation of what makes this AB format so much fun.
And I really wish, again, we're probably going to combine them back together if we can, just to save some time tomorrow. But what a thrilling show, because a reminder of how this works is we split this based on qualifying. So the cars battling for the lead would typically be 20th, 25th. And the problem with that is we would never really get a chance to watch the battles like we just saw, and points on the line. And Hans is going to have 3 to his name that he will add onto the race 1 totals when we finish the A group here in just a little while. Tyler Pappas with a mechanical issue. He finishes last in that. You hate for that for him, and I hope it's something fixable and easy.
I certainly hope so.
And again, Kevin Zhu, 2nd place. He had a shot at him, and I think had Alex Moss maybe not been there, I wonder if he would have been able to cling to that line a little longer with Hans when he didn't have to play defense. But who knows? And Alex Moss did a great job, all clean, fair racing at the front, Pete, which is what we want to see.
Absolutely. So, and they all left each other. Like you said, left each other good room with clean, fair racing. It was a great, great battle that we got to see because of this format. So
all things that were incredibly exciting. So we're not done racing. We still have another one to go, and this is the main one, the A race, which is our top 20 from qualifying. And they're actually already gridded, and they're going to roll out here as soon as the other cars are extracted off the racetrack, and we will turn them loose after another 2-lap pace lap period. So what did we learn? Is that we learned that we saw passing attempts at several corners in that race, including the downhill, which Alex Moss didn't complete, but he tried. So that was fun to watch.
Everything. He came in, decided to back out of it, but really a valiant effort coming down the downhill.
Yeah, it was a great shot at it for sure. Turn 1, a great passing opportunity, but the challenge is if you don't complete the pass in Big Bend, then you're on the opposite side of the track heading into the left-hander, and you lose your opportunity and overlap in that corner, and then it's hard to maintain it through the right-hander onto the Paul Newman straight. So there's a little bit of chess happening behind the wheel of are you committed and able to complete this pass now? Because if you don't, you might lose more than one spot as the next driver goes by you and then the following corner. So all things to consider. There's a look on the in-car camera for Tom O'Gorman, the 2022 GridLife Touring Cup champion, returning to racing in GridLife Touring Cup. And this is significant because this is the first time since he won the championship that he is in a car by himself for the weekend. He did share a car with Andy Smedegaard at Circuit of the Americas back in March. But that was, again, a shared car not running for points. And while Tom isn't running for the championship, these points this weekend would count as he is running the car by himself all weekend long. And the fastest in qualifying by a lot. So the goal is beat Tom O'Gorman. That was what the goal was last year. No one was able to do it, Pete. But the start is so critical. We saw it in this race, how critical. Hans got an immense start. So I think the initial green flag launch is going to be a pretty important thing. But before we do that, we got a chat with James Houghton. We'll show you now before we get into the race.
All right, I am here with James Houghton. James, I almost didn't recognize you because you didn't have a watermelon on top of your head.
We'll try it maybe later.
I hope so. Give the people at home a little TLDR of your experience driving in GLT so far this year.
It's funny because last year we really struggled, and I feel like this year, in a lot of ways, we really struggled. We had a wheel fall off at Coda. We got in like a sandwich at Carolina Motorsports Park. We had some cooling system issues at Watkins Glen. Gingerman was not too bad. And somehow we're second in the points this year, and we were like 18th at the points last year. So I guess it's just the grind that's been working out. But we've found some speed in the car, and we just haven't given up.
And have you driven Lime Rock before?
Yeah, we were here with the Evo last year, and we did bring this, and it blew up in the first lap in qualifying. So then we set the overall production car track record with the Evo last year with a 51.2.
That's incredible. Good job. Whenever you come to Lime Rock, all of a sudden you have your new love story. So we're happy you're here, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
James Houghton running second in the GridLife Touring Cup points this season. And as he mentioned, all the trials and tribulations to get to this point. He's still in the battle for the title, though. We discussed earlier in qualifying that he and Jeremy Swenson are kind of locked in a fight. Jeremy's got an advantage, but Jeremy's not here this weekend. So this is an opportunity for James to steal some points that Jeremy can't earn. But Jeremy Swenson's best friend today? Tom O'Gorman, because he's going to block out James from earning those points. So that's something to consider as well. So when this race starts, I think James is a big unknown because he didn't get a lot of laps here last year. Tom did, but there's a lot of other drivers that didn't. Matan Rosenberg, I think, was in his Miata last year here, so wasn't in his Corvette that he is in now. Luke McGrew was still kind of figuring out his Corvette. He's certainly got it sorted now. So a lot of really interesting battles we could see here in just a few moments.
Absolutely. So, James has done a ton of development work to the car. The whole field has done a ton of development work, especially the K-Series cars, trying to keep up with all the Corvettes. But if you have an opportunity to go look at James's car and go look at some of the creativity he took with the rule set, with his area of his rear spoiler, it's absolutely fantastic.
Oh, we're making an infinity tunnel on the Jumbotron here. Oh, man. You ever done this with like OBS windows or something?
Every time. Every time
oh,
I
that's
open an
trippy.
OBS.
Oh, I'm in Area 51 or something. What's going on? Alien tech. All right, the pace car is out on the racetrack, and the splitter is standing out there as well. And what that means is we should be rolling cars here in just a moment, and here they come. So the cars are moving now, and that means we're going green in 2 laps time. Pete, let's roll through the starting lineup here for race 1A. On the front row on pole is Tom O'Gorman, the number 94 from ASM with Hawk Performance. Then it's Luke McGrew that starts in second in the number 7 Corvette.
On the second row in third place, also with ASM, we have Matt Waldbaum. And then in his own privateer, with Matan Rosenberg in fourth place.
Paul Darling rolls off in 5th in the number 55 car. It's a silver BMW M3. James Houghton, who we just heard from, starts 6th in the K-tuned red and white Acura TSX.
On that fourth row in 7th place, we've got Ronnie Vijak and Tony Marchev in 8th place.
In 9th place, it's Scott Heckert in the number 72. Jacob Price starts 10th in the 202.
On that 5th row, we have, actually 6th row, we have Salil, Shuka, and Joel Morrison in 12th place.
It's Lee Wombolt in the 204 that rolls off 13th alongside Matt Corrins out of Ontario, Canada. He starts 14th in the number 52.
In 15th place, we've got the 42 of Zach Lavoie, and now alongside his teammate, Lena Chin in the 917.
And Ben Thorne in the Advanced Auto Parts Honda Civic starts in 17th place. Eric Jensen starts in 18th in the number 184 FRS.
In 19th, we've got the number 1 of Gary Wimble alongside the 85 of Samuel Scott.
Yeah, Sam Scott in only his, I think, his 3rd event in GridLife Touring Cup competition. Good to see him back here. These are all, except for 20th, all points paying positions. So 25 points to the winner, on down to 1 point for 19th place. So these are the big points, and this is really the championship battles kind of being sorted out here, Pete. So we just saw race 1B, but this is race 1A, the big race, the main race, with O'Gorman on the front row alongside Luke McGrew, Matt Waldbaum, Matan Rosenberg. So I think my eyes are on the Corvettes on this start because it's so critical. They've got the launch ability that maybe the S2000s don't have. And remember that the rule in GLTC, the start rule, is that once the green flag drops, you're racing. So it doesn't matter when Tom goes or when Luke goes. When the green goes, if someone's sleeping, there's no penalty for passing the leader or anything of that sort. Green flag's up, you race.
Yeah. I'll be watching James. I'm curious to see what he can do here at the start. James usually likes to be a little bit aggressive here in starts, and he's going to need to be if he's going to want to try and chase Tom here for the weekend championship.
Yeah, and I think that's the battle I'm thinking about, right, is James really just, he has to be second at least, realistically, to have a shot at this title. So that's a consideration, is that he's racing Tom, but he's also not in terms of the championship title. So if the best you can do is second, get there. But 5th, 6th, that ain't going to cut it for James on the championship. So he has to focus and has to get up there and really give it all he's got.
Yeah, I mean, I think mathematically, it's a do or die for James. He has to be second or first to keep the championship battle alive going into Laguna.
Yeah, I mean, that's the deal, right? So it's on the line. Maybe that's not a goal that James has set for himself, but I'll set it for him.
Yeah.
I know he's extremely competitive. I know Jeremy Swenson is very competitive as well, and that raises the stakes here a little bit.
Yep. As the field is coming together behind the pace car as we are going up the hill.
And that means that we are coming to the green this time through. Lights are off on the pace car, and Tom and Luke are side by side. So race fans, that means we're about to get the green flag through West Bend under control of the pace car for the final time. 10 rows of GridLife Touring Cup's best heading down the hill. This is just race 1 of 4 for the weekend. We've got 3 more tomorrow morning through the afternoon. The pace car is going to make that right-hand turn onto pit lane. And there it goes. When the green drops, we are racing. And now we wait. Green flag flies, and we're racing at Circuit Legends. GridLife Touring Cup is underway.
Luke McGrew with a great start.
What a launch. That's what matters. Look at Houghton on the outside, 3 wide into Big Bend. That's a critical pass if he can make it stick. Luke, look at Matan Rosenberg, 3 wide in the middle. Nowhere for him to go. Houghton's on the outside. We're 3 wide, 3 rows deep. Contact. Matan Rosenberg shuffles Houghton off course. He bails. There's a slip and slide behind. The ASM cars get together. Oh, and there's trouble for Lena Chin. She's got a mechanical problem from that contact. She pulls straight off as we roll through turn number 3. And now we head up onto the Paul Newman straight, single filing out, Pete.
Yeah. There's another car that was going off onto Paul Newman. Here we go right there.
I didn't see which car that was, but there was a lot of 3 wide there, and Houghton's to the inside of Rosenberg here now, and I wonder if Matan, well, it didn't give it to him there. He kind of shuffled James off track there at the exit of the corner. Have to get another look at that if we can, but That was a tricky scenario, but Tom's out front trying to drive away from Luke McGrew, who did beat him to the line, by the way, but just didn't lead out of Big Bend, which is the critical part. So, defense behind from, I think that's Darling potentially on Vidoc. Tomo in the Trainer 3 leads the way, but McGrew only 0.6 back. We'll keep our eyes on that battle. Matan and Houghton still side by side for 4th place. Tom's out off track. I wonder if there's oil or something over there.
The car just snapped on him. Oh, and there's Luke on the.
He had no grip either. So there's definitely fluid. There's got to be something on the racetrack.
Yep.
You don't see Tom make a mistake like that almost ever.
Or Luke.
No.
Luke does, not back to back like that.
It tightens things up though. The leaders nose to tail here, up the uphill. So everybody tiptoeing through turn 3. McGrew's now got Waldbaum behind him on the uphill, and just behind that, look at Houghton. Where'd he come from? And where'd Rosenberg go?
That's a great question.
So huge dramas here on this opening 2 laps at Lime Rock Park. Things are shuffling very quickly. So Tom O'Gorman leads. There's been a change inside the top 5 though. So here's the positions across the stripe. McGrew, quicker lap. Houghton just ran the best lap of anybody because of that slip up in turn number 3. And here's Ronnie Vidoc on Waldbaum into Big Bend. Looks up the inside. Waldbaum leaves him plenty of space. Great racing there. And now here's where the slippery moments were last lap around.
Yeah, you can see Tom staying way further inside, I feel like.
Yeah, everyone looked like they got grip that time, so I don't know, maybe there was water or something from someone going off track, and
it might be.
That was weird.
It really was, especially to see Tom make a mistake or have a mistake, and then have Luke make one immediately after.
Yeah, Scott Heckert side by side with Jake Price into the uphill. That was a tight battle. There's Paul Darling chasing Vidoc, chasing Waldbaum.
And Houghton all over the back of Luke.
And again, this is critical. James, while he'd love to beat Tomo, he doesn't need to, but he's got to get by Luke to get up to the 94. Yep. And there's Lena Chin. She's stuck at turn 3, the left-hander. Well off track, though, so we'll keep racing.
Yep.
Waldbaum was playing defense in the backdrop to Ronnie Vidoc. Into turn 1, there's Vidoc on Waldbaum. Big lunge from the 99 in the back of that shot. There he is. Waldbaum's wide. But he's carrying speed, though. And so he'll maintain that for now. There's a great shuffle on behind him. Rosenberg, by the way, fell to 7th. So I wonder if he just slipped off track and rejoined.
Very possible.
Scott Heckert up inside the top 10. Salil Shukla in the 410.
Yeah, and this battle with Ronnie and Matt is allowing Paul to slide up behind them.
Oh, there's Matan. So now he's got another problem, maybe a bigger one this time. So that is problematic for the 484. Here's James. Still tracking behind Luke McGrew. A little wide there at West Bend.
Yep.
You run a lot of laps here as well. We could run 15 or so laps. Houghton a little slidey exiting turn 7. Didn't get the drive that he needed. And Tom at a 1 second lead. Is he slipping away? Just slightly, about a 10th a lap.
Yep. And Houghton falling just slightly behind Luke as well.
Ooh, Vidoc tried the outside into turn 1. That didn't work either. And he's going to be under fire from Paul Darling at the top of the shot, but this is the battle for second. Luke McGrew and James Houghton. Through turn 3, or 4 rather, this is the right-hander. And James, I think James is quicker, but you have to be quicker in the right places. And maybe down the front straightaway is not where that car is really realizing its full advantage.
Yep. And Luke also knows how to play this game. Luke knows how to... Luke has fantastic racecraft, drives extremely well.
But is it well enough? James is here on the downhill. There's the 484 again. But Tom leaves turn 7. Here's James really wide at the exit of 7 in the slipstream. But watch Luke grow that gap. It's just enough. Now, James was sliding there, so he didn't get the drive that he needed. But James, again, has the quickest lap of anybody in the session. Here's Vidoc and Waldbaum again, slicing and dicing into turn 1. This battle has been great between those two.
It has, and Paul is just sitting there right on the backside, waiting and waiting to pounce to see if these two make any slip-ups and see if he can capture anything. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Ronnie's trying a lot.
Yeah.
But again, it's the same problem where he's quicker in some areas, but not the right ones.
Yep.
And so Matt's able to defend beautifully, to his credit, and not allow Ronnie to get on by. Into the uphill now. Clouds over the track, cools the track off a little bit. And off into West Bend. And by the way, last time we should note, that McGrew and Houghton did eat into O'Gorman's lead slightly, so that gap is down under a second now. But there's the difference, about 15 car lengths between Tomo and McGrew. And 1.3 is the difference this time. That was a gain for Tom. And Houghton chucked it down into 1.
Every single time he is going for McGrew. That is where James has the advantage, is down there in the Big Bend.
And Tony Marchev up into 9th place, right ahead of Salil Shukla. Joel Morrison up into 11th place. Ronnie Vidoc kind of fell off the back of Waldbaum at Big Bend, and here comes Paul Darling in a car that is new to him, but he performed so well with at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Yeah. Waldbaum starting to walk away a little bit from Ronnie.
And up the uphill again. Scott Heckert doing a great job, only in his second ever GLTC event. And I wonder if he's feeling some frustration, Pete. I mean, he's been behind Luke for a couple of laps, and he sees Tom getting smaller. There's still plenty of race time left to go, I'd imagine.
Yep.
Here comes James again, but just not enough of a run.
He closed up, and then Luke just started to pull away again right after the apex.
Into 1.
I'm sorry, exit.
And look at James kind of widening out up onto the curb to try to get the car to rotate. He's so close. But Luke, you mentioned his racecraft earlier, the way he places the car. Luke can drive defense better than almost anyone. He doesn't have to do anything intentional to play defense. He just drives his line and drives it well and doesn't make a lot of mistakes. That was why when we saw Tom slip and Luke slip, we're like, what's going on?
Yeah.
There's no way they would have both made that mistake.
These are two guys that are scalpel precision.
Yeah, they could have just been dirt on track too, and that's why it didn't happen the second time around. There's Leland Wumboldt in his first ever GLTC race. What an experience he's getting right now. Yeah. Gary Wimble following, and Sam Scott in the yellow Miata at the bottom of the shop. Eric Jensen, I think, is in that mix as well. Yep, that's for 13th place. Ben Thorne just lost a spot to Wumboldt this time around. A great little battle here. Gary Wimble in the midst of it. And Vidoc, he has just been relentless on the back of Waldbaum. Oh, slip! Ooh. Big slide from Waldbaum. Did he gather it up? I think he did.
Yeah, but how much did Ronnie take advantage of that?
I'm not sure that he, well, oh, Ronnie slipped too. And through comes Paul Darling into 5th place. Wow.
Again, sat there, waited for the opportunity, and took it when it came.
I'm not sure if you've noticed this, Pete. Compared to last year, the volatility of this race, way higher. Lots of mistakes, lots of slips. And here comes Houghton to the inside of McGrew. He opens the door. Is he there? Not quite. Tried to look to the inside, popped the curb at West Bend. I thought Luke might have gave it to him there, but Luke's fighting this hard, and he should be.
Absolutely.
Coming back around again, and we are still green, still racing. Here's a battle coming into your shot, but this is the battle for second. McGrew on the wind down into the braking zone here. You have to be so precise on the brakes to set yourself up for this Big Bend corner. It's a long turn with multiple apexes. If you get it wrong once, you get it wrong for a long time.
Yep. So, and James is just, it doesn't feel like James is being able to hound Luke McGrew the same way he was. So I'm wondering if James's tires are just overheated and done.
It could be. And the battle behind them with Matt Waldbaum and Paul Darling, that one's getting closer as well. I think Paul's got some more pace in here.
And, okay, that's Jensen. All right,
yeah. Jensen slots in behind Zach Lavoie. Here's Leland Wumboldt still climbing through the field. And making great progress here and learning in a pretty visceral way how GLTC can be sometimes. Aggressive, close combat here at Lime Rock Park.
Yeah. Paul Darling doing the same thing this year as well. Hats off.
Whoa, Leland Wumboldt. You see him climb the hill, came over the crest. The front wheels were fighting for traction there. But he's got an LS swap FRS in front of him to battle. I'll bet you that Honda. Slide and an impact at the exit of turn 7. I think it was Tony Marchev in the 17. He's had a big impact. Driver's left, final corner. And the yellow flag is out at turn 7. And Ronnie Vidoc and Paul Darling continue to battle as here comes Jensen on the outside of Lavoie into turn 1. And I would have to imagine that we'd be expecting a potential for a full course yellow here pretty shortly. But we'll get an update for you when we can. There's the safety trucks rolling. And yeah, so that's all tire bundles there, Pete, which is good news for us and for Tony. But that was a pretty sizable, is he on top of him?
I think that's just the dirt. I think he just
you're
moved
right.
the bundles that much.
There's a full course yellow, so the race is under caution, and the pace car is out. So Tony Marchev with a slide off course there at the downhill, and that thing just went off course, and it just didn't grip, Pete. And that's what happens in the wet grass, is you get off track and you just slide, right? There's not a lot you can do about it. And that's a bummer. But under yellow, Tom O'Gorman leads. McGrew, Houghton, Waldbaum, Darling, 1 through 5. And we will do our best to get you an update on Tony when we can. But we'll let the crews get to work here, as we will likely end this race under yellow as Tomo gets behind the pace car. But we had some exceptional moments in that race. And we did hear that there was a white flag, but I don't know if that was for a safety truck potentially or for coming back to the checker, so we'll wait on letting you know. White flags also can mean slow-moving safety vehicles, so we'll wait until we see a checkered. But I would not be surprised to see a white flag out and have this be the final lap either. So,
yeah,
we'll see. But Field collects behind the pace car, and we should mention, it is a local white we are hearing, so it's following the safety trucks around. We should mention, while we're sitting here on the running order, how about Jacob Price in 7th place? What a drive he has done to get that car up into 7th. Scott Heckert in only his 2nd GLTC weekend up into 8th. And down the hill into turn 7. I just am so impressed with Heckert and Shukla and Price, and they're pretty new to GLTC for the most part. So that's all good news.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job. Great drive up through the field, taking advantage of opportunities in front of them.
And there's Matan Rosenberg. Now, Matan had a mechanical of some sort, and Lena, she had contact with Zach Lavoie in the 3-wide situation, and they had it gathered up, and then whatever they were banging against kind of failed.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's a control arm or something, but we saw smoke, and then the car just went straight. So I just imagine no steering. And there's the white flag from the main flag stand, so this is our final lap now behind the pace car.
Yeah. Never know with the S2000 with the tap like that in the back. It looked like it came from the right rear to me. It came from the rear. And, when she, could have been that when she started thinking about turning, it didn't go anywhere. So.
Yeah, the start of that was pretty frantic. And I think, I wonder if James getting off track next to Matan kind of spurred more of it behind, because they saw dirt flying up and something of the sort. But a lot of 3-wide, and you try to preach not to do that as best you can. Do have an update that Tony Marchev is out of the car. So with that,
fantastic.
And because of that, we're going to go back and try to show you what happened there. We'll show it to you again, but Tony is out of the car. We'll get you an additional update. So here's the shot before. So this is Leland Wumboldt following Eric Jensen. This is just behind. And Tony is out and walking, by the way, so he's good. So there, and he just got it wrong, Pete, and then bam, ooh, that was a pretty big hit there, huh?
I'm wondering if that left rear dropped, had to steer into it, and that. Either way, it's really unfortunate.
That is, and I can't really tell from the angle that we had, but I don't know how. What I guess it had to have been a tire bundle, right? So that's good, because the tire, you see where they moved, Pete. You're right. Yep. So that's all dirt from where the tire bundle moved. And so just to the track's credit, this is correct barrier design, because that barrier, see how much it moved? That's just absorbing energy.
Yep.
And so with that, you're protecting the driver and the race car, because the wall is moving and slowing the car down in the process. Mm-hmm. Had that been an Armco wall or concrete wall, the outcome of that is so much worse. So big ups to Lime Rock for having that barrier there and able to be moved as well. A lot of times those are right up against concrete, and then you just kind of punch through the rubber into the concrete. So all great news. But again, Tony out walking with a thumbs up. That's all great. As Tom O'Gorman, in his first race back in GLTC since his championship, wins at Lime Rock Park, picks up the Sunoco checkered flag here at Lime Rock. And it'll be Luke McGrew 2nd, James Houghton in 3rd.
Matt Waldbaum in 4th, and Paul Darling in 5th, I do believe.
Yeah, so here's a look at it. And Paul Darling, a nice, strong top 5. Ronnie Vidoc, Scott Heckert, Salil Shukla, Joel Morrison, Zach Lavoie, your top 10. and looking down the rest of the order in just a moment. But Tomo back on top. I mean, I think the expectation might have been there, but he had to fight for it, especially after that slip up at the left-hander. And Leland Wumboldt, 12th in his first ever start. That is an incredible drive for him.
Absolutely, and the consistency, lap after lap after lap, staying there with Eric, keeping Ben behind.
Yeah, Ben Thorne, another great run there. So that's your results. We'll pan through them one more time. But Tom O'Gorman, Luke McGrew, James Houghton, Matt Walbump, Paul Darling, Ronnie Vidoc, Scott Heckert, Salil Shukla, Joel Morrison, Zach Lavoie, your top 10. And then it is Eric Jensen, Leland Wumboldt, Ben Thorne, Jacob Price, Gary Wimble, Sam Scott, Tony Marchev, Matan Rosenberg, Matt Corrance, and Lena Chin. That's your results there. And again, we had a couple incidents on the opening lap, and then followed up with that accident out of turn number 7. But again, an update on Tony that he is out and thumbs up okay. So that is great news to hear, Pete. We're going to wrap up GLTC. We've got more coming to you this afternoon, though. So in just a moment, we'll share with you the remainder of the schedule for this afternoon's broadcast. And so up next after this, we've got Drift that is coming up here in just a moment's time, followed by Model 3 Challenge Qualifying. Pete, you'll be back in here with me for that at around 6 o'clock. So we look forward to seeing you here shortly. We're going to step away for a few minutes. We'll be back with Drift with Cerise and Danger Dan in just a few moments.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
When you come to pit road, all 4 of you stay in the car.
Need that fire truck. Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's Flex-Fill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the Flex-Fill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
waiting for a cleanup. Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, he hit pretty hard. Yeah. Yeah, I want to see the car. I mean, the barrier moves so much that, yeah, I wonder, like, it might not be as bad as it looked, but he also hit pretty hard, so. Oh, right. Well, just, is the car destroyed? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Well. No, you're good. We're hanging out waiting. Hi, do you want to jump in here?
All right, guys, we got Jimmy Oakes here. Jimmy, you are a local dude.
Yes, ma'am.
You're here with your E36.
Freshly swapped
Yeah.
as of like 12 hours ago.
Yep.
We just finished it. So it was a turbo S50 BMW engine and it blew up. So we decided, okay, GRIDLIFE, we have like a week. Let's LS swap it. And we're here.
You were at GRIDLIFE last year, right?
Yeah.
With what car?
I have an S13 with a 1J in it. And it was the funnest day of my life.
Yeah.
Like, it was insane. So
Second year ever. He's back with a different car. It's been a stressful 24 hours, but you're here.
it's been a stressful week, but we're here and I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be more excited. And it's going to be the best weekend ever. So.
Yeah. No, you got a good fan base here, and you got a good team. Oaks Garage. Follow him. Look him up. Check out everything he's done to this build. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
All right, guys, if you follow Ryan Turek at all, you might have seen this Toyota Stout right behind us. You have this amazing car here, and you're putting it on track, and you're going to drift it. What am I looking at?
So it's a 1966 Toyota Stout, and we have kind of a hybrid 3S motor. In that world, they call it a 3S, 5S. Garrett turbocharged. We're making about 550 at the wheels right now with a Hollinger 6-speed sequential trans.
The suspension in the rear. Can we go look at this? Can we get to yeah, the cantilever. This just looks insane. All right.
So this is the rear cantilever cross member that Kibby Tech had designed and CNC'd. Radium Engineering 10-gallon cell with two 450 LPH pumps. We're running the Powered by Max Corvette suspension, so double A-arm front and rear. This thing does super well on cooling, and if you're a drift driver, you know that it is super hard to have a really good cooling system and keep your car cool under obviously sustained high RPM. So debuting it here for the first time, like the first time on track was an hour ago, and we're still teething issues. We had a little oil leak we're trying to sort out right now, but the car felt so planted and so good. I haven't made any changes to it. Just really comfortable and predictable to drive.
I've been seeing you build this thing on Instagram, whatever you're putting out, and I am stoked to see it in person, guys. If you have a chance, tune in to Ryan Turek's page. Otherwise, watch him drift this thing here at GRIDLIFE Lime Rock. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends here at the historic Lime Rock Park. We are here with the next session of drift as the rain starts to come down. And before we get into it, we have GRIDLIFE Live. GRIDLIFE Live is powered by Hyundai N. Hyundai N, never just drive, as well as Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE TrackBattle. I am here with Danger Dan.
Hey.
I am Cerise Taylor with FCP Euro, and we're back.
We're back, and a little more damp this time.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks pretty, but I wonder
Yeah.
how these guys are feeling out there. I mean, rain makes it a little spicy.
Yeah, I mean, they've been getting used to a consistent track all day. That has been getting progressively hotter,
Yep.
but now it's going to cool off a little bit, and we're going to lose a little bit of traction.
Yep.
So we'll see how the drivers deal with that. I'm sure it's going to take some confidence down, but it'll dry back up.
That'll be
It
all
doesn't
right.
look like it's going to last too long.
I mean, we got some drivers out here that are pretty comfortable in the rain. We have some drivers that are not so comfortable in the rain, so this is definitely going to challenge them in a new way, not to mention some of these people have not driven Lime Rock yet
and
in real life.
You said earlier you want to see a 360, and I think that
Yeah, a 360
if you
entry
were
would
going
be cool.
to, it would be Justin. I've seen Justin do it multiple times at different events, so JTP could possibly throw that. He could probably hear us right now,
I
can't he?
hope so. JTP, if you hear this, I want a 360 entry, please. Give the people a show.
But don't go off track. We can't.
Fair
do that.
enough.
He
We do
won't.
like Lime Rock Park, and we want to keep coming here.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be a bit of a challenge, is trying to stay on track with the changing conditions. So hopefully the drivers get their feet wet, so to speak.
Yeah.
Dip back into this and get out there. But some of the lower horsepower guys are going to love this because
True.
it's going to make them able to link this entire track.
Yep.
And heard a couple drivers complaining that they need a little more sauce out there, so I think this might help.
A little free horsepower for you.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. And are we still waiting for this cleanup? Yeah. Are these
I think
guys
so.
getting ready?
We had a couple offs in GLTC, so
I mean, thank you guys. All right, so we are still cleaning up out there. Today has been spectacular, as we were mentioning. There hasn't really been too much carnage, which we would love to see continue, but you never know. It's GRIDLIFE. People have fun out there. I think they've gotten a chance to really shake down the track and see where their sweet spots are and where they really got to kind of dial it in. So, and now with the added rain, it's another variable.
yeah. So I've seen guys dial it in already, but this is going to change it for sure. I think the first few laps will be full wet, and then it'll start to dry out from there. As right now it's coming down, even though it doesn't look like it. It's kind of sunny, but the rain is definitely coming down.
Are you going to go to the Adam LZ pizza party later?
I'm not sure. I'm undecided. I think I probably have to stop by there and say hello to all my friends.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think you should come.
Yeah, I think
it's going to be a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't say no to a pizza party.
Especially free pizza. Well, you do have to pay for it, actually.
Pizza.
Never mind. But anyways, we have some other festivities going on throughout the weekend. If you guys haven't been able to check it out yet, FCP Euro is busy in the paddock. Shameless plug for my folks over at FCP Euro. They are building a Sunday Cup car. If you want to go see some guys wrenching live, we're trying our best to put together a budget build so that we can show you how approachable motorsports can be, and they're doing a phenomenal job. So shout out to you guys. You guys are working really hard, and the rain has started, which does not make it easier. But here we go. Actually, we got JTP in the front.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm sure he probably did not hear us because he's in his car. He's ready to go. You got Larry Chen right behind him, ready to see some magic. So Justin will be our first test to see how the track looks.
Yeah.
So he'll be out there. Good to have a professional driver to shake it down for everybody else.
Yeah. Who's been your favorite car to watch so far?
Honestly, Hurt has been really throwing it down. I know he was very excited for this.
Yeah.
Colette has been doing great, very consistent. And then you have people who have been here before, Ryan Turk, Grant Anderson, very consistent, very good to watch. It's cool to see Jimmy Oaks out there in a new car.
Yeah.
Prove the build, but I think my favorite car so far is Ryan Turk's Stout. When you see that, it's just so drastically different than anything else out there.
The front end?
Yeah.
It's just like the wind, the way that just scoops it all up. Yeah, we caught up with him, as you guys saw, which was beautiful. I mean, the whole car looks super, super clean. Besides a little bit of the rubber that's like on the rear fender, it just looks so good.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be, though.
100%.
So.
And we just caught up with Hurt, and he said he's doing 4th gear entries. So let's see if he can pull it off in the rain. That might change. That might change with the rain. But if he could do 4th gear entries in these conditions, I'd be very impressed.
Well, I think it's one of those things where you start to get your confidence, but then this will take it back down. So
100%.
You're going to have to go out and feel the track. Being smart, you're going to have to go out there and just kind of grip the first one. But here we go,
and
straight into it.
Here we go. Okay.
Right off
Never
the track.
mind.
Never mind.
Psych.
I'm out of here. You know what? It's too wet. I'm out of here.
You know what? Driving in the rain.
Yeah.
It's a challenge.
So you see this blue S13 on the right here. I saw him driving full wet at Watkins Glen.
There we go.
JTP, first guy out.
Feeling it out for sure. Yep. Definitely a slower entry than you would expect, but still really clean. He doesn't want to mess up Larry in the back, I'm sure.
There's Jimmy.
Yeah, this is basically like another practice session at this point, this first lap for everybody.
All right,
but
there's
look at
the
them.
couple right there. There's Colette and Adam.
Adam applying a little bit of pressure.
HQ. And Brandon McDowell, he's just really fun to watch. Anytime you see that Njuku car out there, he is jamming.
Yep, for sure.
You see Grant Anderson back there in the E36, and he was very consistent driving in Ireland in the rain. So
yeah, he's a world driver now.
Yeah, world driver. He's been doing a lot of driving this year. It's very impressive to watch.
Yes, yes. Last year was, he kind of really came out swinging, and he's just maintained it ever since then. One spin out. All right, give it a second.
Jimmy a little loop, but that's to be expected. Track conditions change.
It does.
In a brand new vehicle. So.
Yeah. You get the little heebie-jeebies with everything because you're like, please don't be bad, please don't be bad. See a little sunshine coming out. We'll see how fast the track dries up, honestly. The session's going to be a little bit shorter just because we did have a cleanup. Got to maintain timing, but
it's still a fairly long session, so there's a lot of drifting to be had out here. So.
Yep.
Hopefully after a few laps it starts to dry up. The rain has stopped. The sun is coming back out, and with all of these drivers out here, should clean up within a couple laps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at that old SN95 Mustang. Don't see that very
water
often.
on the lens over here. Yeah, it's making it a little hard to see. There we go.
Yeah, so LS powered AE86. Spoke with him earlier. He's done a couple grid lives this year. He's been shredding. So very much a consistent driver. I caught a couple laps with him at CMP, and it was really fun driving with him. So it was very cool.
It's a cute car, man.
Yeah.
It's a classic. I mean, it's a cult classic. What we got behind him? Oh, here we got Brian Hall. This has been a fun build to watch. What was the engine that he put in this thing? Was it LS?
Yeah, I believe so. Look at this right now. We got tire smoke already, so the track is dried off, and that's why it's super cool to be at a track like this, world class. Like, there's no standing water on this track.
Yeah.
After it rained pretty good for a few minutes out here, so they're already got tire smoke, and it seems like everyone is fairly consistent. You know, in changing conditions like this with the confidence that they've had already.
Yep.
It's difficult to keep that thing on track, and they're doing a good job. So
yeah, absolutely. The perfectly manicured lawns are pretty intimidating, you know.
Oh, here's the sounds of that 4-rotor from Adam LZ.
So good. Anytime that thing drives by you, it just, I don't know, it just like makes your body jump. It's so loud, and it has such a presence.
Yeah, it's deafening, but it's one of the best sounds in the world.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic.
And Adam's been great to watch this year through Formula Drift, and now he's done with his part of the season. Look at him go here.
Yep.
That's such a cool build.
Carrying it through, you know, with the world tour that he's doing.
Yeah, it's
those
super
guys.
cool.
I mean, it's awesome to see these homies out here just doing sick things for the community, and then bringing it back here to Grid Life. And this is why we love these events. I mean, it's a culmination of all of the cool things that are happening in the community, whether it's from the pro level or the grassroots level, and it keeps it super fun.
Look at this. We got some tandem going down now. They're feeling a little more safe.
Some smoke, man. What is this, the back section?
There's Ricky up in there. Yeah, change the camera here. We're going out to the back.
Sick. There we go, Dimitri.
Look at that. Yeah, Brewski coming in real hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see there's a pretty big elevation change.
There's a rainbow.
Oh. What I was saying earlier, this guy, he was ripping at Watkins Glen in the rain. So very smooth, consistent, and that was a very, very scary track. Look at the consistency of him. Very clean line he's running.
Got a good handle on that car, too. If you can go from dry to wet conditions seamlessly like that.
I see T-Pain there in the RTR Mustang.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's out here. He's stoked to be here. We're so happy that he's back. We love a little B-roll, little scenic B-roll.
Yeah, there's...
But T-Pain originated here at Grid Life back in, I believe, 2018. He got a lesson from Chelsea, and then it was game over from then. So he's here in the new Mustang RTR car, and he seems super, super stoked to be out there. I'm sure the rain might have made him feel a little nervous, but I don't think that I've seen anything to be concerned with in his driving out there today.
Yeah, you can see it right now. It's drying up, and there's definitely some smoke out there, so good. I think the traction's going to come back.
Yep.
Guys will get a little bit more confident out there.
There we go.
Colette ripping.
Yep.
She's been super consistent all day.
You know what I love too? She does all of her own paint.
Yeah.
Like seeing her in the paint booth is so rad to me. Seeing anybody put their hands on a car is always very admirable. But the way that she's gotten that colorway so perfect, good job.
It's very eye-catching out there on the track. It's one of the easiest cars to spot, and it looks great. Look at this. There's a 360. There it goes.
You know what?
You almost got your wish.
Oh, I was so close. Oh, who was that? Brian Hopp? Oh, Brian Hopp. You would. I love it. I love it. But do it better next time.
That's what I like to see here. A very clean, consistent line, using the whole track.
Wow.
Look at that. I mean, no corrections. No corrections. Just really smooth driving.
No notes?
Yeah, no notes. Just doing it.
Damn.
Just feeling it.
What's in this car again?
I'm not certain, actually.
Okay, well, we're going to have to find out.
I need to hear some of the audio of that. I need to actually go over and check it out. Couple Mustangs out there.
Yep.
See, this corner, it looks a little sketchy, don't it?
Yeah, it does. I see what you're saying now.
Now you see the smoke billowing out of the cars.
That's the shot. That's the shot right there. Shout out to our drone pilots. You guys have absolutely killed it all weekend.
Look at that. Bringing it in there.
On him.
That's some good tandem going right there. And that's a real rough transition to get through right there. It really tightens up. So fitting two cars through there in transition.
Yeah, talk to me about that a little bit. So we have long straightaways. You have a big back section that you don't typically drift. You used to cool down, but then it gets pretty technical. So it's a pretty on and off.
So at a point like that where you have a big long sweeper
T-Pain
into
figuring
the
it
next,
out.
yeah, T-Pain's out there getting ready to rip.
Love the livery.
But on a transition like that, you don't really have much space to let the other car by and then have room to jump back in there. So to be able to do that, you have to have a lot of confidence. And definitely confidence in the driver in front of you as well. So
For sure.
you see TJ out there in the A90 ripping, and then Chase in the Chase Bays BRZ.
Shout out to Chase Bays. They do a lot of good work with GRIDLIFE. I was over there talking to Chase earlier. The BRZ that they have, the like Comfort BRZ drift car, it's got full AC, full interior, got a bolt-in cage. They've done a really good job with that. Ooh, so close, but no cigar.
You know, the only car I have with AC is my Fit, and that's, you know, the only. It's my race car, right? It's a race car.
Yeah.
The Honda Fit has air conditioning, but very rare you see it in a drift car.
Yeah, I don't know what I did, but I seem to not be able to get rid of the curse of broken AC in any of my cars. Even the the Volvo XC90 Daily still has busted AC, but I think at this point it's just a lifestyle. God, it's so
You can see
pretty
it
here.
still.
That looks like a video game.
It does. It's beautiful out there.
Yeah, this
Ryan
thing is
Turk
so rowdy.
He lost a fender out there somehow. He is ripping. Look at this dude. He's one of my favorite drivers back in the day. When he first came in with his S13, I always thought that Ryan was just one to watch with his consistency. Here you go. You got them boys.
Hey, red on red. Let's
Jimmy
go.
Oaks.
Ooh, I want to see this to completion.
All right, get back in there. Let's
yes,
go.
this is a good one. Good job, boys.
Grant's a very good one to follow. He's super consistent, has a very good eye for line.
Yep.
And I know that Jimmy really trusts him, so he can definitely get in there, do some good tandems. Oh,
yep.
Adam flying in that four-rotor. Into a wall of smoke, too.
Oh, he got
go.
a 4-car?
Four
Almost
cars.
5. I feel like that dude in the front. Who is that? Is that Mike Boobie? We got New Hampshire. I think this is New Hampshire crew right here.
Yeah, and they got Brandon McDowell and Rich Whiteman.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the cool thing for me. Like, I'm from the Northeast as well, and all of these homies that I've been either driving with from the past or we just see at different events in other states, all of a sudden we're here together in our home state, and that's actually pretty special.
There's T-Pain getting after it.
Heck yeah. I think he said he had done like 90 laps on the sim in this car here at Lime Rock Park.
Yeah, so what he's driving right now is the RTR Spec 2, but it has a lot of Spec 5 bits on it. So it's a Spec 5 body kit. He's got some of the Spec 5 suspension. The only thing he's missing is basically the blower. So he needs that supercharger to have that extra power. And like we were talking about earlier, it's a very power demanding track. So he's going to have to be on his line. I think the simulator is really going to come into play for him here.
He's got a sick setup.
Yeah.
I've seen the videos.
So he will be ripping today. I'm sure he'll be stoked after this. He's going to get a couple laps in and start to feel comfortable and start to push a little harder, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got a lot of support out here today. His team looked like they were really like just all together, dialed in and paying attention to whatever he needs. And yeah, it was great.
Dmitry Brutsky here looking real good.
Yep. We got 2 Pro Spec drivers right here. Or no, Pro now. Sick. So sick.
Just
I will say that pond right there has brought in a lot of bugs this weekend. That's like the only complaint that people have is that this place is just a little buggy.
Yeah, but they're not feeling it in the cars right now. They're just super excited.
The smoke helps. The smoke definitely helps. Gorgeous. Yeah, it's surreal. I got to go for a ride along last year, and it's just like driving through the smoke with the scenery on this track. It's surreal. It's like an out-of-body experience.
Yeah, for sure.
There we go. There's the BRZ? No, who's in that BRZ? Don't know.
BRZ has Chase. Yeah,
Okay,
and behind it in the Civic is also the Chase Bay's Chase car. So Chase Bay's chasing Chase in Chase Bay's car. So you got a lot going on there. There's a lot of chasing.
That was a tongue twister.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And don't forget, even Justin Turk is out here, Ryan Turk's brother. He's ripping a TJ S13. Super cool to see him out here.
Yep. A little brotherly love, a little brotherly bullying, probably, realistically.
Here comes that LS A86 jamming.
Man, there's some sick cars out here.
Like Jimmy taking a cool down lap, either cool himself down or the car. We don't know.
If you had to build the perfect car and budget wasn't an issue, what would you put together?
You know, I think for me, I've already done it. Like I really enjoy my S14, and it's been consistent for me. I would be able to do something like this track down to small tracks. I really enjoy it. But I'm really looking at these Mustangs that you have with T-Pain out there just mobbing this thing, right? It's going to be consistent. It's going to be fun. It probably hears air conditioning, I'm sure. Mustang on Mustang
T-Pain
low.
getting pushed around by JTP. Oh, that was great, though.
That's a good save. Hey, Justin's been known to be a little bit of a bully on everybody, so he's going to push anyone around.
You know, it's all about the experience. It's all about the memories.
Yeah, and I mean, to be on a course like this at this level, it's not something you see in year one drifting, right? Like, to have T-Pain out here drifting this level of course and that level of vehicle, it's intimidating.
It's not for the light of heart.
No,
and it's not for the beginner, you know?
Not at all.
You want experience, seat time, and you want power out there, realistically.
Yeah, and he's jamming, so he's going to be stoked on this. The smoke is definitely picking up out there. As you see, how many drivers do we have out there right now? Probably 40 drivers or so.
Probably. I think there was some attrition, as there usually is. But for the most part, the first 2 sessions were really simple. That's great.
Oh, yeah.
3
going in.
Is that Justin in the rear? Who is that in the rear? Some hatch.
Jimmy doing some good chasing there on Grant Anderson.
Yep.
Very good driving.
Really getting on him. Such a good show, gentlemen.
Look at this place. Just look at this place.
Yeah, it's insane. A lot of water on the grass, sunshine coming through.
Look at the sun on Colette's car right now.
She is the sunshine right now. Look at her. Oh, and the paddock is so full, guys. This is a paddock here. There's a whole separate paddock behind those trees where we got additional drivers all for Drift, GLTC, Sunday Cup.
Got Ricky Hoffman out there throwing down.
Shout out to you, Ricky. Your car's held together. That's awesome.
Hey, that was a little backhanded slap there.
But I love Ricky.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, his car's working. He's driving great. Got Larry Chen in the chase mode.
Yeah, he's coming in hot, dude.
Yeah, I feel like I'm watching a video game highlight reel and we're just kind of recapping it right now.
All right, guys, we are going to throw it to break right now. Dan, such a pleasure announcing with you. These guys had a really fun session out here. I'm so glad that they got some dry track towards the end. And for now, we're going to send it off, and we'll see you guys back here shortly. Good Lord.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
When you come to pit road, all 4 of you stay in the car.
Need that fire truck. Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's Flex-Fill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the Flex-Fill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
And welcome back to Lime Rock Park and GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Pete Lindbergh. Pete, we're getting set up on track for our last on-track action for the day. And because it is after 6 o'clock, we have to kind of have a little bit of a quiet time after the wild drift session we just had. And that means electric cars. That means Model 3 Challenge, a new championship format that is being developed to run at a couple GRIDLIFE events this season, including WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And that is up here in just a couple minutes. It is a qualifying session for this new rules package. Now, let's explain what this is. This is kind of racing and kind of time attack. These cars are not going to have roll cages, so they cannot contest corners and race side by side through corners, but they can compete. So they are qualifying to race this weekend, tomorrow afternoon and morning. And what they're going to do is they're going to run nose to tail. They're going to take a green flag, like as if it's the start of a race. And then there are cones between West Bend and Turn 7. If the trailing car is within that distance to the lead car is required to give them a point by. And so that is how we're facilitating passing without roll cages. But this is a new rules format. It's in kind of in flux in testing, but these are all Model 3s. The rule set allows a little bit of modification to suspension and brakes and aero, but for the most part, these are cars that you can run and drive on the street as configured, and they're setting up to do a couple qualifying laps here.
This is a really, really cool series. I'm excited that we're getting to finally premiere it here at Lime Rock Park. It's a vision of what we're going to see with racing in the future. We're seeing it a little bit with Formula E, but it's fun to see electric racing with electric vehicles at our level in grassroots motorsports, which has had a lot of people really excited about it, but it has also had some folks and tracks being very apprehensive. So it's really cool to see Lime Rock Park that has really embraced electric vehicles. There is a Porsche charger up top, as well as some Teslas. Tesla units, but not superchargers. So it's really excited to see what this is going to turn into.
So again, this is a qualifying session for tomorrow's races, and that means it is all lap time based here. So as they head down into turn 1, they are starting their flying laps now, and leading the field there is the 173 of Schleissman, who's behind the wheel. There's about 8 of these cars, which is exciting in their first weekend of this rules competition. So all exciting things, and glad to have them here with us this weekend, Pete. So Model 3s, we've seen their performance on the racetrack. We've seen them perform at a pretty high level in all of our track battle competitions, but this is something unique to them, and I think this is cool to see them on track together at once. Tony Barber, the first driver to lay down a lap time, a 101.450, and Tony doesn't have any aero like a lot of the cars on track do. And it is a choice to configure it with aero or not.
Yep. And we've seen Tony do a really, really good job in street class with his Model 3. So this is really cool to see him against a group of Model 3s and seeing where his car is, especially like you said, without having any aero on it.
And this is definitely a stark contrast to the rest of the weekend, where we've got lots of unique sounds. This is a complete lack of sound, only road noise here, which is a pretty interesting soundtrack at a racetrack like Lime Rock Park that has been hosting racing for decades and decades and decades. And I'll be willing to wager this is the first time that an all-Tesla session has happened on this racetrack, an all-electric car EV session. If I had to make a guess, I'm going to go with that.
I think that's a pretty safe guess, Kyle. And, yep. I mean, to your point, when I came down the hill this morning as we were starting the first session of the day, which was these guys doing practice, I mean, I didn't realize they were out on track. It was until I was about to come down the hill and I looked up into the downhill and saw Teslas coming down, and I'm like, oh, we're hot track right now.
Yes.
No idea.
So up at the top of the board right now, it's Tony Barber in the 333. He has a black Tesla with some green and blue graphics on it. In second is the Mountain Pass Performance crew sharing a car here this weekend, the number 214. And then in the 232 car is Andrew DeKonig, who at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course ran that car in track mod and won the weekend. So that's pretty impressive stuff as we get a look at the 173 of Schleissman again behind the wheel at the moment. David Schleissman in the 173. Then it's Jesse Tong, Josh Hatch, and Eric Chung, the remainder of the drivers on the timing and scoring right now. 0.8 of a second between Tony Barber and the Mountain Pass Performance team car. That's a pretty sizable gap, but Tony's got a lot of experience. Not that the others don't in the Model 3, but Tony in particular has spent a lot of time in the GRIDLIFE paddock, and I believe was here last year as well. So he certainly knows his way around this 1.5 mile track.
Yeah. And
well, yep, just like that, Mountain Pass Performance takes the provisional pole away by 1/10 of a second, 1 minute .919.
Yeah, a full second improvement from Mountain Pass, and Tony had improved by a half a second from his first lap to where he is now. So.
And there is a provision in the rules for both all-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive models of the Tesla Model 3 to compete here. There is a little bit of a weight adjustment in order to help out the rear-wheel rear-wheel drive cars. They are a little bit less powerful, so they get a little bit of a weight ballast adjustment to help them out, make them a bit more competitive with the all-wheel drive cars. I think the intention is that you're using the all-wheel drive model, but certainly you can use a couple different variants of the Model 3, but again, look how tight the times are at the top. 1 minute .919 to, well, now it's a 101.091 for Barber. So literally 1/10 of a second. And then DeKoning back about 1.4 from that.
Yep.
And 16 of Rudolph Zhu behind the wheel of the number 16.
And DeKoning so he's not in the car that he won at Mid-Ohio at, because that's a Model S Plaid.
Yep.
This would probably be, I would imagine this is his prior one-lap car that he did one lap in 2019 with, and I believe they went back, I can't remember if they went back in 2021 with it, but I believe they were the first EV with, I think this is the car, to complete the one lap.
And we talk about racing accessibility and how Sunday Cup is a great example of that. I'm going to give some credit to this group for coming up with a format, and we're going to see the racing tomorrow, but coming up with a format where you don't have to put a roll cage in your car, because we're not technically, quote-unquote, racing tomorrow. There is competition, and you're going to be passing and sort of things, but it's so organized that the potential for contact is pretty much eliminated. And with that, you can compete in a car that you can drive to and from your house and give up none of the creature comforts that come with a normal Model 3. So I think that's a really brilliant idea.
Yeah, and what a nice place to spend time. Model 3s are, very, very comfortable. Ooh,
Do you see that wobble on the brakes into turn one? That's neat. There's the 232 of DeKoning chasing, but there's a lot of weight to carry around, north of 4,000 pounds, north of 4,500 in some instances. And when you watch the cars on the brakes, you can kind of watch the shimmy and shuffle of the ABS doing the work to keep the car in line. It's pretty fascinating to watch them slow down.
Yeah, and this is not the one-lap car. I deferred to DeKoning, so I just realized that.
You can hear the crickets in the background.
Exactly.
You actually can hear it. It's so neat.
Yeah.
But
I mean, when I came down this morning, you can't hear the track and what the cars are doing over the generators and the other things that are running, the midway and the sponsor activations we have at the top of the hill, or just the roar of, just the general kind of dull roar of people and things going on. So. Oh, it looks like Tony's improved by 900ths of a second.
That's so. I mean, that is so close. So it's now less than 1/10 of a second between him and the Mountain Pass Performance crew.
Yeah, and the Mountain Pass Performance crew is, I don't know if you saw him going through, wasn't his fastest lap, but watching him a few shots ago, he was mobbing the West Bend curbing on the Apex.
Yeah. And again, you can do that in these cars because they have so much weight and inertia. You can really get aggressive on curbs and things because they have pretty soft suspension, so that you can kind of mount those and you can get pretty aggressive with them, and it's not going to upset the balance of the car all that much. And on top of that, especially with the all-wheel drive configurations, you can get the thing sideways and it'll pull itself right out. So you can drive these in a very aggressive manner. We've seen Tony do that, and while Tony Barber usually looks pretty composed, he's never been shy about using curbing. And one of the reasons I give him credit for doing that, the Tesla Model 3 is a heavy car, so it requires big suspension components. If you look at the control arms and things on these cars, they're huge. So if you ride curbing or slam a rumble strip or something, they're not going to break. Typically, right? Where a lot of cars that are here this weekend are older cars. They've got smaller components, and you have to be kind of careful about that. You don't have to be all that careful on curbing in these cars.
Yeah. And the stock upper control arms at one point, I don't know if they still are today, but I believe they were some kind of, I think it was a fiber, it was some kind of a plastic or fiber reinforced plastic on the Model 3 Performances. So they are, and so most of these guys, I believe, I'm sure, have swapped out for the Mountain Pass Performance suspension kits, which is all aluminum and big Heim joints and other things. So
cars still working their way around. We haven't seen a lot of shifting in qualifying since Tony Barber's small improvement up to a 101.001. And just to keep this in perspective, these cars are only about 2 seconds off what the GLTC cars are doing, which are purpose-built, roll-caged race cars with huge tires and aero. So this is pretty impressive considering the weight of these cars and how relatively stock and streetable they are. This 917 that Chung's got, that for all intents and purposes looks completely stock on the outside.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Chung came with a rear-wheel drive car.
That's possible. Again, there are provisions in the rules for both. But I'll tell you what, there are some sound restrictions at this racetrack, and this is an excellent way around them.
Absolutely.
I was going to say, I mean, we can't quite do it on Sunday. I think there's something about tire noise or something of the sort. But,
yeah.
You know, look, racing is loud, and if you got to work around the limits you've got, this is a good way to do it. And, I mean, it's cars on a racetrack, and they're qualifying and competing, so I'm all for it.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who think that this is, this quiet, is, almost sacrilegious for what's going on, in motorsports and on track. But in a place like Lime Rock here, where there's history fighting with the, not necessarily fighting, but where the local town has imposed an ordinance where they can't run on Sunday due to noise and other things. So
it's something to consider for the future. I will also mention, though, that as these cars are doing lap after lap after lap, I'd have to imagine as you run the charge down a little bit, you're going to lose some performance.
That's
so
correct.
It's almost like time attack in the sense that your first couple laps are going to be your best opportunity. Could you improve and run a better lap on lap 6? Maybe, but your tires are hot, you're losing charge, you're going to lose that energy, and over time you're probably going to slow down just a little bit. So this is, again, qualifying for tomorrow's trio of races. And as I mentioned, they're races in a sense that they are competing, but it's not open passing. There is a passing zone on the front straightaway, and the trailing car must get within a certain zone to be able to facilitate that pass on the front straightaway. It is a requirement to issue that pass by, and there is disqualifications if you don't. So they have to enforce that to make the rule set work. And I think it's a great way to blend HPD or time attack with a racing format. It's a very unique way to approach the problem that I haven't seen before, and we're going to get to see that tomorrow. But this is going to set our grid for that race. And between the 214 Mountain Pass Performance car and Tony Barber, I think those two are going to have a heck of a scrap. And when they do, look out for Andrew DeKoning to be right in the mix.
And DeKoning, I think, just dropped 0.4 of a second.
I think you're right, a 101.848. He was in the 102s before.
Yep.
So he is down into the last couple tenths of a second that he can until he can get up to Tony Barber. So.
Yeah, and Andrew was just recently on the Slip Angle podcast that they recorded with Adam Jabay and Abram Schmucker at Mid-Ohio, talking about how aggressive the performance degradation is in the Model S Plaid. I don't know exactly how equivalent it is in the Tesla Model 3 Performance, especially not in the preparation they are here. I've been, years ago, about 4 years ago, I went to a track day with a friend who had a Model 3 Performance, and basically they had charged 100% about 20 miles from the track, go to the track, and they would get doing a 25, 30-minute session would basically go from about 75, 80% battery to about 25 in that session. So it was, it was hard to do repeated session after session after session.
So. I just love watching these things on the brakes kind of dance around as the weight shifts and shuffles. Just so interesting. We talk a lot about braking performance in, of course, you've got the regen braking ability as well that helps them slow down. But long braking zones make for good racing, I think. Mm-hmm. And so when you've got a car that is so heavy, even with, they brake well, let's not get that wrong, but you're slowing down a lot of weight. So you do have pretty long braking zones. And with that, I think it's going to open up, if we ever get to the point where it's true wheel to wheel, I think we're going to be in for some exciting stuff. As they kind of try to outbrake each other. That won't be a scenario this weekend. They have to pass on a straightaway, but it is a unique part of these cars is that regen braking, but with it comes the weight from the battery pack and the electric motors.
Yeah.
And we are about 2 minutes shy from the hard stop here on the racetrack, so this is going to be the last couple of laps here. And look at that shot. That is a desktop wallpaper.
Yes, it is.
And I'm going to do everyone a favor.
Oh, and there's our checkered flag.
There's the checkered. I was going to pull the ticker back because that was a wallpaper that I would have put on my screen. But as far as qualifying goes, there is your running order here for the Tesla Model 3 Challenge. competition, and this is the qualifying for tomorrow's race 1, and it is the Mountain Pass Performance that will be on pole in the 214 car. Then it's Tony Barber on the outside of the front row, followed by Andrew DeKonig and Zhu in the number 16. Schlesman and Tong, the row behind them, followed by Josh Hatch and Eric Chung. But the sights and sounds of Lime Rock Park, we're going to end with a little bit of wind whooshes rather than engine sounds. But, Pete, we have a full day of action tomorrow as this wraps up our broadcast for today, and as well as the on-track action. So we're going to get a couple housekeeping items out of the way before we let you go for the afternoon. Tomorrow, things start off at 9 a.m. back with Model 3 Challenge. We'll be racing tomorrow at 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern, followed by the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, GLTC Race number 2, then Track Battle again, then Drift again before we head to lunch, then GLTC Race 3, more Drift, more Model 3 Challenge, and we kind of rinse and repeat for the rest of the day. We have our Legends Shootout laps at 3:10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, and then we've followed by some more Track Battle, Drift, GLTC, and Model 3 Challenge. So this is going to wrap up the day. If you're here at the racetrack with us, there is Adam LZ's Pizza Party, which is a ticketed event that is up at 6:30 on the building across the Turn 1 bridge from the inside of the course. And we do have an esports competition happening at 8:30 to 10:30 in the arcade tent, which is right under the drone right there on the top of the hill. So make sure you join us there. Thanks so much, everybody, for being with us today for the first day of Circuit Legends, a Grid Life festival. Thanks so much. I'm Kyle Heyer with Pete Lindbergh. We'll see you tomorrow morning bright and early for the continuation of this great automotive event celebrating the modern tuning era. Grid Life Circuit Legends. We'll see you tomorrow.
On the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FCP Euro exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcpro.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.